I'm an absolute git that doesn't care about sleep schedules.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to Twitch.tv and YouTube.com/Ronan Pawn live stream on Twitch.tv and YouTube.com/Ronan Pawn. I'm just trying to monitor whether or not the live stream is going out to YouTube, and YouTube is saying the quality of this signal that you're sending us is poor. We're not getting enough bandwidth. Meanwhile, I'm watching as every second of the stream is being recorded and rebroadcast by YouTube. So I think they're full of shit, is what I think. I'm not sure, but... You're eating Twitch at 360? I am broadcasting to Twitch at 360p as well as 1080p. Chilly there in Detroit, 18 degrees. Wait, is it 18 or negative 18? They told us that we were going to have some real cold days. The power company said, get ready, because your bill's going to be high. I don't know why they... They actually sent out an email saying, you know, here's where the warming centers are in case these things get too cold. You know, somebody who you know, doesn't have a home security, you know, doesn't know where to sleep, kind of a thing. Here's some heating centers, and then they linked to a page that didn't actually show you where anything was. They linked to a page that says content not available. So that's about the state of things in 2026 here. No living room bonfire? I mean, we did have... Last live stream was interrupted by me smelling the smoke of somebody making sure that they were warm in winter. Something burned, I don't know where, but it was nearby. What was that? I heard a thing. I heard a bling, and then there was a thing, and then something crashed. I see, with my little eye, what do I see? One mock? Resubscribing? And the server dying? Oh, and Kerbal Space Program opening. This whole process of, like, live streaming on YouTube and stuff is, wonderful. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. What have we got here? No text to send to the TTS API is the latest error. So this was a resubscribe, one mock, but you didn't send a message. So we attempted to run a TTS reader on the absence of a message. I think that's what blew up the server. So we'll have to fix that one live. Install a ducted fan, sewer gas evacuation fan on your neighbor's window, then light their house on fire. So welcome to Kerbal Space Program. First thing that we're gonna do is some coding, live on stream. I'm not kidding either. We're gonna fix these. This is the best way to test these systems is to just go live and find errors. Because Twitch has made it so impossibly difficult to just test any code that you run. So I'm just making sure that there's nothing sensitive on my main screen. Getting rid of the booby pictures. There we go. Okay. Those beavers building a dam. Da-doo-doo. One mock, you broke everything with your damn resubscription for 45 months. Ugh. Thanks. Let's go over to the coding workspace. There we go. So here's the log here, and it says no text to send a TTS API. Really, you know, we've been having these errors where it has to do with no text to send or wrong kind, like the sort of non-events playing. And really what my code, you know, would want is to be able to receive a non-standard, non-conforming event and not shit itself. You know, you'd want your code to be strong enough to, like, if it's none, then just move on. You know, just be like, maybe log an error or something like that. But, you know, it's, I don't know if you can tell or not, it's a slightly complex program. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 11, you know, things open that I've written by hand here to try and support things like chat commands and callback systems and Twitch's incoming events and all that shit. Yeah. So what we would want here, ideally, in this moment, would be to be able to handle a TTS event that has no data attached to it. Like if we just don't try to pass that, So the question that immediately comes to me is whether or not the problem is on the JavaScript end of things or on the Python end of things. We get the error in Python, so it's probably Python that's choking on not having it to send. I think the front end just plays an audio file if it's there to play, and if you don't send one, then it doesn't send it. I think that's how I've built the front end. But like I say, I've been working on this for, in bursts across years. So, then, I believe it's not going to be in the SQLite DB, it's not going to be under Twitch chat. I think where we would need to work is under the WebSocket server. And we've got this build TTS audio event. If event and event.tts, not event.tts, then return none. The idea, I think, would be like intercept. Where do we build TTS event? I can go over to this mode, which is a little bit easier for y'all to read on the live stream and follow along with me. So this is where we call build TTS event. If we've got a queued event equal, and then build, and then self.tts. So I think what we're saying here, when I go back up to the actual thing here, is in the database, a resub event is defined as being a TTS event. It will fire TTS. What we want is, if there's no message, then we're not going to create a TTS event to be read aloud. Right? I'll tell you what we should do is I should look at the database and make sure that I understand how I'm handling this by going into the data here and heading to overlay events, and we see that when a resub message comes through, we play the Ronin Pawn Stinger just like anything else, and then we say subscribed for a month, okay, resubscribed for, okay. But we'll note that when a resub message comes through, if we go over to the TTS column, TTS for a resub message, right here, is 1. It's true for TTS. So we just want our system to be able to not take a dive, take a shit, if a TTS style event comes through, but there's no message to it. So if I just don't build the TTS audio, what happens? Because down here, the event is there, build TTS audio, and it's almost, it seems as though like it's implicitly just either doing this or not doing this inside of itself, Event type, queued username, queued message, queued CSV playing. We send that. It seems implicit whether or not the TTS should fire as, based on basically whether or not it's there to be fired. TTS equals event.tts. So this will say whether it's true or false. Right there. What I could possibly do is make it so that this is a big change, and I feel like I'm doing it without knowing exactly, but here's my idea. What if I did needs TTS equals, and then we have build TTS audio return whether that should be true or false, and then instead of TTS equals event.tts, we say needs TTS. This is a big change because I don't feel like I know for sure that that's how the system works. You know, you want to be fluid. You want to know fluent in the system that you're modifying, and it's all my code. There isn't a scrap of this that isn't mine, but it's been too long. I'm not in here every day with it. So, we return path from build TTS audio. Really? Right, we return the path to the audio. So we return none if there's an event and not event, or not message. How about that? So event and not event.tts or not message. By saying not message, it's not just if it's a none, but if it's a falsy type thing. Not message means if it's an empty string, or it's none, or it's anything like that, then we're just going to return none. Okay? So then if we go back to where we came from, it's strange. Where does it, like, there's only one place where build TTS audio gets used, and I wasn't like capturing the name and then passing it through to the thing. So how did it know what the name was? You know, the name to the file that has the TTS in it. We're returning path. Wrote TTS audio to TTS engine.make MP3 sentence path. So this conforms the message into a thing. That's weird. Like, where does the front end end up figuring out that the message actually exists or not? What I could do is 1 if needs TTS, else 0. And then if it's a falsy thing, then we'll end up with, 0, whether it returned none or an empty string or something like that, then we just won't pass it. But like I say, I'm a little bit confused over this. Let's look up send. Hello. Where does send exist? In send packet. But you're not the server itself isn't a send packet. It's a little bit, yeah. I could use some comments to guide me, couldn't I? This is an idea anyway. It's an idea for how it might work. I'd just like to know where this, like, we're in WS server self.send. It is of type serve. Where does that come from? Because it seems like we don't have a .send. Wait, there it is. Ah, I should have been searching for def send open and then, okay, I got it now. So, send queue.append, send packet, payload, reply time, extras, and then down here is this is too complicated for during the live stream. We just started it up and we're starting up late and everything. I'm just going to try this and see if we still run. I know what I've changed. I've got, version control and stuff like that. So we'll give it a go. You go away, you close down, we restart Project Ice Cream. And if anything, actually, one mock, your message should probably come through again. Once we connect. your message should pop up for us. Okay, so we've connected, and then your resubscription event. There it is. It did not crash us that time. And now Germasian's cheer. There's a delay. Delay ends. Did your cheer... Oh, your cheer would be when we were down. If my server isn't up and listening for the events, then it can't hear it. You know, it doesn't, like, queue in cyberspace or something. It has to be up. So, we missed your event. Thank you, Germasian, for the cheer 10. Eventually, I do want to make it so that those will be intercepted by a website domain catching kind of a thing. But, okay. I've solved that bug. Ish. We'll see in future if it stays solved, kind of a thing. But that's just how we gotta do it, thanks to Twitch. Twitch making things unnecessarily difficult for us all. Push you over here. Stream quality is now it's excellent according to YouTube. Well, thank you, because I don't need to know that at the beginning. I need to know that in the middle when I'm not looking. Thank you, YouTube, for now knowing. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. That's what we're doing today, in case you were wondering. Okay. I emailed Rex. Might still be paying attention. Pawn might get an outside context indicator. What? Sorry? What was going on in chat while I was coding? Please notice me and use the small change. Use what small change? You gave me change? Where's the money? Germasian gave me. Yes, of course the system was down while it was down. That's what when a thing crashes, Kenneth. What did you want? I'm looking back at your thing and there's no like original notice that intercept every TTS event and add to it. Oh. You don't need an extra handling case, just intercept every TTS event and add to it. Comma. I like that. Just right at the beginning, and then it's never none. It's never an empty string. Clever. In fact, we should put actually at the beginning of all of them. Actually, I've been subscribed for 46 months. Alright, let's get in here and let's actually something, Did it work, says one mark?
Cheer 100, did it work?
I don't think so. I think something broke. Did you hear all that clacking and clamoring? And something was broken in there. Thank you, one mark, for 100 bits. 100-bit cheer. It does seem to have worked. That stuff was working last stream. Everything's been working. You just managed to find there was a loophole there where if you do a TTS, if you can slip a TTS event through, but there's no TTS element to it. I can just immediately see how, like, in the database where I define whether something is or is not a TTS event, I could just not, right? And then you either pass a message that should be read by TTS or you don't. And if there's no message, then it doesn't read it. And if there is a message, then it does read it. It could be as simple as that. So I'm immediately seeing, like, and I'm asking myself whether or not that needs to be like that. And we shouldn't be in that headspace. We're playing Kerbal Space Program. And, our goal, what? Game Sword? No, wrong webcam. Our goal.
Quote indeed. Our goal should be, it didn't break? Cool. Our goal should be, boom. Now what the hell does that say? It says, first manned flight to LKO. Pilot and scientist, collect all science, splash down near to the KSC for a naval retrieval. So, that's my goal mission starting today, is to actually send a Kerbal to space. We haven't done that in 5 days. We've put up a comms network. We've put up a polar satellite. Everything's been probed so far. Geostationary orbit comms satellite network. We've got a polar orbiting ScanSat high visibility scope that's made us a map of Kerbin, a visual map of Kerbin, and we've got our refueling platform, which has a tow truck there to help push things around as may or may not be necessary. So that's what we've done so far, but we haven't put a Kerbal to space. I would like to send a Kerbal to space, two in fact, and my goal would be to actually, like, control the descent well enough to land, you know, right out. Right out. Why can I just go in at the planet? Let's zoom the planet. There we go. Right out there, you know, just off the shore, close enough that we can boat out to it and pick it up. Because we do have a boat for that, and I'd like to introduce you to our boat. We worked all last live stream on just figuring out how boats work in Kerbal Space Program using whatever mod it is I'm using to give us more realistic buoyancy. And really all we discovered in the course of that live stream was kind of how to assemble a boat and make it function. But we didn't really get to, you know, proper boat. Look at all these buoyancy tests. In fact, where did we leave off? Mark 8? There was a Mark 2. Let's look at what the Mark 8 was at the end of last live stream. There you go. We had made a boat. In fact, I might have done this myself.
Rex woke up.
Rex woke up. Is he here? How do you know? Or did you call him?
Prima vuelo tripulado a la orbita terrestre baja.
Me too, mate. Let's see. The prime Venezuelan trepidations of the orbit Terraria Baja Blast. Yeah, I got it. So we're going to Taco Bell later. I understand. You just got to infer things. The languages are very close. You can This might have been me futzing around with it actually after this is close to what we had at the end of the live stream, I think. And we were using the Panther with an afterburner. And it actually is consuming your TTS tokens, huh? Good. I was wondering whether or not that was working at all. That whole system was like slapped into place last minute, like, hey, this is technically should kind of work-ish. But this was our boat, and if we step into, the whole inside here, we'll see that we've got a lot of fuel storage. This is all liquid fuel for running our jet engine. We tried running a boat with propellers. It just simply doesn't work. Honestly, planes with propellers don't entirely work in Kerbal Space Program. It's a bit of a mess. This is where we left off. And then I just passed like our research that we found down to the boys down at the lab. I passed it on to them, said, see if you guys can figure out, something a little bit more impressive than this, and they sent back this. They sent us back what they're calling the White Whale, Mark 12. Apparently they went through a lot of models here in order to get to one that actually functioned. You can kind of see why they're calling it the White Whale there. I don't know, it's got a bit of a profile and it's got a face to it. If we zoom up on in to, the quarters here, the captains, the shipmates, and the engineers, and the... If we zoom up in here, we can see we've got stations for 2 Kerbals. We've got ourselves a communications tower. And we have, in fact, we have some cameras. So we've got a camera to see out in front of us, and then we've also got a camera to monitor what's going on the deck and behind us there. A couple of those. We have a radar ball Is that what those are? Why is there a ball on a ship? I looked it up. I saw that there was not necessarily a ball, but you know, it's like a domed kind of shape there. So we've got a radar ball. And instead of using the Panther anymore, we are back to the Weasley, which is where we started. And what I have learned about the Weasley, I mean, what the boys down at the lab have told me about the Weasley is, it requires an unconscionable amount of air intake in order to make it run. For example, here we have the Weasleys back there. You might be able to see.
Just sit right back and hear a tale, our tale of a fateful ship.
And these guys were all dicks. I can't remember what rhymes with ship in the Gilligan's Island. Is that? Anyway, so yeah, you've got two. Each radial air intake gives us 2 air, whatever 2 air means. 2, 4, right there, huh? We got one up here, right? You saw the one on the roof over there. 6, 8. This is for 1 jet engine. I will say 8, and then each of these is half, so 8.5 and 9. 9 air to get this thing able to actually just get going. It needs to be able to start itself moving across the surface of the water so that it can then get enough air. It took 9 air intake total to make that happen, I'm told anyway. Is this a sperm whale? Asked Kenneth, because we could just wipe it off his chin. Well, he does have a chin. He's got a mouth. There's a lot of features to this thing. I think we'll take it out and I'll show you. We've also got back here some KAS, Kerbal Attachment System stuff. So this is apparently a resource transfer station. The idea would be you could hook this up and refuel something if the other item has the right kind of equipment to it. We've also got a winch for towing something, and then you've got these bars here, which are fixed telescopic joints. These are supposedly like tow bars, and then this is a free telescopic joint. I don't know. I just don't know what or how they're intended to be used. So I've just put them on here. And we've also got some storage here, some cargo storage to hold more KAS equipment stuff here. So we've got portable cable bracings that allows you to, I think it's just basically these are winches, lower power winches. We've got a 10 stack of cable hooks for being able to attach a cable hook to something that doesn't have it so we can tow it. We've got ourselves a straight up tow bar that has no telescoping features to it. And then in the other guy, we've got 10 joint sockets, which are capable of passing resources through, I believe. So this is something that a Kerbal could attach in-game live kind of a thing attached to the ship to make it work with the KAS system. And then we've got just some work lamps because we had some extra space. So that's what's going on in storage there. And then, what's under the ship, we've already peeked at it, but it's similar to what we had before, but there are some new features, and I'd like to show them to you live in situ, for which we'll have to switch editors and put a Kerbal in the chair. Simone is the one who's been testing this for us until now, and then launch this sucker out to the KSC docks. Yeah, I think it's okay. TTS rain doesn't fall on mods. I guess, so I believe the way that I set all these systems up, well, at least that one has like a group, an implied group to it that you can override. And I believe you can use TTS rain on a specific individual. It's like TTS rain and then U : and then the user, or you can change the group name that you're putting them to. There's features in there that I haven't documented because it's all just barely, it's first pass concepts here. So here's our ship in the water. At our, by the way, using Kerbal constructs, we created our own little, wet dock here where we can drop a ship instantaneously, which is nice. You're on a boat? Triflistic Gaming? Motherfucker, I'll take a look at you. I'm on a boat, motherfucker, take a look at me! Sailing on a boat on the deep blue sea! Let's fire it up. So we throttle all the way to full, and we just open her up, right? We've got 1180 liquid fuel, I think. 80, 90, 80, 90, 90, 80. She's, obviously slow to start, like any boat would be. Sitting a little bit low in the water, for some reason. That'll happen. But once she catches the wind, in order to start going, we pick up speed pretty quickly. And then the ideal thing for steering a boat, incidentally, see that little splash of color that the boys down at the lab put in? See that? See that little touch of some gold right there? Ah?
Single quote.
Single quote. There you go. Still trying to break it and just spending those tokens. Have you figured out how to give yourself tokens yet, though? So yeah, the best way to steer a boat like this that's sort of hydroplaning across the top is trying to stay on top of the ridges of the water. As you can see, we're hitting 25 meters per second, 26, 27 even. It was, 27. I've seen this thing get up to 30 meters per second. Without, flipping itself over or flying, which is an important thing, that it not do that, it not flip itself over. Now, we just slammed into, the crest of a wave there, and it stole a bunch of our speed, and that's just how it is, on the sea. If you want to get the best speed, then you gotta go with the waves, and it looks like the waves are heading this way, but we're going to be going faster than the waves, so actually, to get on top of the waves, I feel like it's going to be something like this. Try and catch the roll of the wave and roll with it. Something like that. Maybe. It seems a little choppy. I might not be on... Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm at the right place with the waves there.
There is a difference between trying to break something and trying to eliminate edge cases before someone pays to find a missing case.
Yeah, but for you, you're just trying to break something. I think we can all see. Okay, I gotta find the tops of these waves. Because I would like to get up to top speed for you with this thing. But yeah, this is our boat. This is the White Whale. I'm pretty goddamn proud of it. It took an entire day, in addition to the day that we spent on the live stream working on boat physics and just figuring this out. It was one whole day of Kerbal space programming to get to this point with it. And little subtle things is like, you look at the bottom here, in fact we can get on the inside and you'll see that this is all, none of these are wings, right? Except for this one up here, which is giving us lift at the front of the ship.
I know this world can't burn, because you haven't added the needed modifications for planetary elimination.
I know this world can't burn, because you haven't added the needed mods for planetary elimination. Are you telling me there's like a Death Star mod I should install? And then at any point we just look up into the sky and then a million voices cry out in pain, and then are silenced. There we go. But yeah, so a lot of little subtle things. The rear here is also, this used to be made out of wings. The wings were giving a lot of drag. So by making them out of non-aerodynamic, specific lift-creating parts, we reduced the drag by making the back of it out of just these parts. And look at how clean that back is, too. It's just two big triangles and then one small triangle, and it comes together really clean in a small number of parts and everything. And then, so here's some of the features that we've got that robotics have enabled. Number one, we can get down into Germasian. You requested this feature. We can get down into the hull. So you can walk your Kerbal down here in order to do maintenance or whatever. So that's number one, is the ramp. The ramp works. Number two is that the white whale can get hungry, and when it gets hungry, it will eat. It collects krill, just like this, just taking a scoop, just a little bit of krill there, yum, 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 and then we don't have to refuel it, because it's always eating krill. So this is actually a combination of a hinge and a telescoping hydraulic cylinder.
Deck crane.
Yeah, I considered that. When I think about the actual realities of trying to use the deck crane, it occurs to me that it's probably going to be ridiculous, right? Because here's what a deck crane would involve. We would start with a rotor at the base that you can turn the entire arm, and then you'd have a cylinder that goes up, and then you'd have a hinge for the next arm, and then you'd have a telescoping arm that goes out, and then you'd have another hinge with maybe another rotor at the end of it, and there's just no, you are going to have to right-click on every one of those and individually adjust them, and individually adjust them, and individually adjust them, and it just seems so utterly inconvenient to interact with. By the way, we do have SAS on this thing, and it can help to maintain your speed by keeping the nose up higher as you go there. But yeah, it just seems so inconvenient to interact with that kind of a system that I kind of decided not to bother. We've got the ability to reel people in using the winch. We've also got up here, up front, when we open this guy up, another winch right there. So we can, if the vessel or, probably crew is what we'll be collecting here. But if they can fit in here, we can either winch a vessel in, if it's rather narrow. Doesn't have a lot of height to it.
Range. How far have you gone out?
The range on this, I didn't want to go all the way to the island without you guys, but I have put it into 2 times fizz warp just to see how far it would go. I believe on a tank of gas here, I think we could go to the island and back pretty confidently. We're only ever hitting max of 30 meters per second in this thing. I'm a little bit worried about its ability to take off and start flying as the fuel empties too, if we really go with it for a while. That would, that's what the captain's there for, is to make sure, I guess, is to change the power of the engine over time. But if we turn around here, I found this is the easiest way to see what the hell's going on a map, is actually to look at it from the inside out. There's the KSC. We're not in 2 times fizz warp. Look, we're up to 30 meters per second right now. And we didn't flip or anything. We got up to 30, and it didn't even look like it wanted to flip. So I think this is safe. I think this is a safe amount of power to the ship, right amount of aerodynamics. I think this is safe to not flip on us, but the more fuel we use, the more I would be worried, because we'd get lighter and lighter, and then liftoff might be more and more probable. But without, time warp and a couple of minutes of me jawing on about it, just describing what it can do, we got to here, and look at the fuel that we used. We've used 1/10, 1/8, probably closer to 1/8 of the fuel. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'd have to come back. So the range would be a little bit further than the island there, right? If this is 1/8, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then draw a circle around the KSC about there. That seems like that's about what the range is. Oh, we're back up to 30 meters per second. And, you know, having a bunch of weight at the front of the craft here, I think, helps to make sure that we don't go flipping. However, if you do reduce the fuel, like I did versions of this where I took out, you know, a lot of the fuel, where I just took piece part counts away, too. And I don't know. I had changed things. I was experimenting, trying to get it to sit higher in the water and stuff like that. Anyway, I guess one of the last things that we could look at here is lighting. We do have lighting for this craft. And so we've got our forward lights up here. Oh, yeah, there's more things to look at. In fact, we got our forward lights up here. They are independent and individual at this point, so we can look off to the side with one of them, you know, check the sea back here, kind of a thing. We have control over the lights individually. We have deck lights, as you can see, lighting up here. If it were nighttime, it would look nicer, obviously. But we also have some lights down here in the hull, right there and here, lighting us up, LED strips. And then we've got the cameras. So camera 1, let's go ahead and turn the lights off, because these cameras have a tendency to kind of blow out in the first place. This is, you know, watching forward where we're going. And then we've got camera 2, the deck cam, showing us our rear, where we've been, where we're going. Just like that. And I simultaneously, I like the, you know, video effect that we're getting on these cameras, but I think it just doesn't pair particularly well with TUFX. They're applying their own sort of filters atop the filters that have already been applied, and so this has a little bit of a it's intentionally cranked up the bloom, I think, and I've already intentionally cranked up the bloom, so we get we get a little bit of excess blowout on these particular kinds of cameras. But yeah, I like it. I like what we're seeing here. I think I clicked some buttons that I shouldn't have. Temperature overlay, enabled, disabled, there we go. Alright. This is the white whale. And yeah, she does the job. I'm gonna shut down the engine. And now we can go fishing. We sit rather low in the water, and I did play with like trying to add more buoyancy to the craft and stuff. And the further that I got away from this design, the more, you know, it fell apart. And so I just decided, look, we've got several feet between us and the water. I don't know, like it's fine. It's down to how the waves happen to hit you in this mod scatterer that adds waves to the game. It wasn't exactly designed to do this. I'm going to be happy with this. Can you refuel it, Sister Mason? I suppose we could probably do it through the resource transfer station, couldn't we? I always intended this to be able to like deliver fuel to something else. This is kind of a rescue ship, a tow ship. But I suppose we could refuel ourselves if there were a source of fuel. You could create a drone to fly it out farther and drop it in the ocean. Hey. It is rather small if we get right down to it, as evidenced by, if the pilot... Why don't we have, like, buttons to EVA anymore? Didn't there used to be, like, a button in the... down here, and you could just mouse over the thing and click EVA? I have to right-click her and then say leave seat. Oh, I see. It's because it's a seat. And, oh, Jesus God! Oh, no! Oh, fucking... you're fine. You are fine. She's fine. It's fine. Never tried to get a Kerbal out of the chair there. We could maybe reduce the ejection force of the chair. Can you get up here? You can. And she's able to walk around, and incidentally, that's a light as well, if we turn the lights on in the craft. The craft is capable of piloting itself, so I can switch here. It's got a probe. Turn the lights on. Switch back to the Kerbal. And so we've got, you know, lights for the interior also. You'll note that we have thermometer, barometer, seismometer, no, accelerometer there. We've got all of the usual science kit. As well as over here. This is what got it started. I put one of these here. It just looked like good. It looked like it should be here on a ship. I liked that it added a little bit of asymmetry to what you see from back here. I'm gonna stand you right here. You see that the things. In fact, can you? If I put your weight at the end of this, no? There you go. There's a little bit of a rock back and forth. And then we switch. Okay, well your chin kept you up, but the Kerbal can get underneath here with the slight problem that the ocean is also down here. So moving around down here it switches back and forth between I'm swimming, I'm walking, I'm walking, I'm swimming. The game freaks out a little bit. God fucking damn it! I keep clicking out of the window here. Okay, yep. So yeah, it's not exactly fun to be down here, but you can get down here. And now you can see the system that I created for, or that the boys down at the lab slapped together for us in order to make the white whale's mouth open. So we've got a, wow, can you see it though? There's a hinge over there on the end of a telescoping thing. Wake the fuck up. And then it's all attached to, it's all got an animation. Oh my god. I'm loving this experience. It's got an animation through that Cal 1000 controller there that times it correctly so that nothing penetrates anything else as we pull it through. It does a little upside down garage door action. And now just get me the fuck out of here. Oh, there's also a extra storage unit down here. It's got repair kits and some more work lamps in it. Why not? Can you not get past this because of that or something? It's very tight. It would be less tight if the Kerbal removed their helmet, maybe. Oh my fucking Jesus hell. Get us the fuck out of here. It's a fucking seizure warning needs to be put on this live stream VOD now. Get the hell out of here. And then get in the seat. Stop bouncing around. That's all Squad's fault, by the way, you know. We're on the water, we're moving up and down a little bit, but Squad never managed to, like, handle the idea of, hey, what if, like, a tire is touching the surface of ground or something like that? Like, they barely made that shit work, and so when a Kerbal is standing on a surface of something that is also itself moving, physics is very debatable. We do need some fishing poles, Triflistic. It's so peaceful out here. Except for the seizure-inducing visuals. Okay. So that's the white whale, and we will just revert, because that was just to show you that we've got it. I could leave it out here, and then we'd be that much closer. That's interesting. Do I leave it out here, or that much closer to, like, recovery when we bring a ship back? Hey, I kind of wanted to, like, name it after one of you guys. Name the Kerbal after one of you guys, which we can't do unless the Kerbal is recovered. So there's that. There was an airbag mod that had bag to inflate and deflate. Yeah, I've got it installed. Haven't used it yet. Haven't seen it in action yet. We'll see it. Triflistic says just leave it. Leave the ship in place here. Okay. I'm open to that. Try to land on it. Back to the days of trying to land a helicarrier on a helicarrier, and can I land a helicarrier on a helicarrier that has landed on the VAB, that has landed on a helicarrier that landed on a VAB? It's a challenge video. So yeah, the White Whale Mark 12 is out at sea, ready to recover our first Kerbal when we send that Kerbal to space. And so what I was thinking for the first Kerbal to Space mission is to not do just a single Kerbal to Space. I don't know. It seems kind of like nothing to me to send a single Kerbal to space. So our mission needs to have a purpose other than that to prove a Kerbal goes to space. We know that a Kerbal can go to space. It's not our first space program. Right? So, I would like to send 2 Kerbals to space. One who is our pilot and one who is our scientist, and it will be a science collecting, mission. With the slight concern of, if I want to send 2 of them, how do I get 2 people into space? We go straight from capacity of 1 to a capacity of 3. Kenneth had suggested maybe we take an engineer along with us as well. Which would make sense. I mean, I was just trying to not give myself a ridiculous amount of money just because. But maybe I should give myself a ridiculous amount of money just because. Deploy. Yeah, so we do have this mod that actually does bring like airbags and things that are supposed to like help us with return. And I believe I saw a bunch of stuff here. Universal airbag modules. These look small. I think we're at a 1 1/4. What's this? Jettison not staged. There's no... Can I not deploy the animation? This is a universal retro rocket. Oh. What is it? Where did this come from? I thought these were the things that you would take. Oh, here's the airbag and buoy module. Okay. Let's see the airbag then. This is a 2.5. Retro rocket. There's an airbag module for this size. Deploy. It does not deploy. Possibly because it has to be under the correct scenario to deploy. I would expect it to be able to do the animation in the KSC regardless. But yeah, we do have this stuff. I just obviously have no idea what it does. And it's not showing. But anyway, the mod actually adds it directly to the units. Adds some of it. I feel like the airbag module, maybe one of them should go on top, right? I don't know. Maybe it's the buoy? Yeah, no, that doesn't do it either. One of them would be like little inflatables that would go at the top of the thing in case it got rocked over. It would have to come back up. The engineer can play golf in space. Is that... Who was Neil Armstrong an engineer? Who was what? Who played golf in space? I'm sure I've seen on the moon somebody playing golf. So yeah, let's build off of this 1 1/4. 1 1/4 meter width guy. And maybe we will send 3 to space, because it just makes sense. You have a pilot, a scientist, and an engineer. It does figure. Might have to hire a new somebody, because I think we've only got 2 Kerbals here now. Bill is deployed at Woomerang, and then we can send Brent Geary and Phil Bear, but we would need 1 more Kerbal. What are you doing? I don't know. I'm having brain issues here. What is this? I've got... Okay, I had some kind of right-click menu from some other program was on top of my screen somehow. I got rid of it. Give me a swivel. We haven't actually had to build any rockets, so I'm very... I don't know where anything is. I don't recognize anything. I had one rocket type that I've just been adapting everything for. What? Really? The cheetah comes with its own tank? Or what is that? That's just... It is what it is, huh? Okay. Curious. There's the Reliant. Swivel should be a little bit heavier. Okay, so this will just give me idea as I build what I'm dealing with. Let's go ahead and throw in a Sepratron. Yeah, I don't remember where anything is. Coupling, thank you. And then a TD-12. Surely we'll want one of those. And then how much fuel do we actually need for this thing? I have definitely changed my mind space, my head for like fuel. It used to be very like just take the absolute minimum. No. Take like 200, 300, 500 meters per second more than you expect to need. Why is there suddenly no thrust to weight? Because this is in the same... There we go. This is also new to me in the UI. The UI is different here because we've changed everything, so it's all a little bit unfamiliar, even though the same information's in the usual place. 2,625 meters per second delta V, but that is at 0. If we were to take this up to, say, 10 kilometers before we dropped it off, it would be 3,200 meters per second at 9. So... if we give this a push with some solid rocket boosters, then that could be all we need. And I'm definitely living a life of keep it simple stupid at this point. Trying to just be minimal. That will not push you 10 kilometers. The Thumper, I would like to say is too much, but 781 meters per second from sea level. And that would be 3,700 meters per second sort of total-ish. It is too much. It is absolutely too much, but there's not like a middle guy. You know, there's this. And that's not half, that's a quarter. Is there a half stack of the Thumper? Doesn't look, you know, I've sorted by weight, and the answer looks like it's no. So let's just reduce how much we're bringing somewhere, right? So if the Thumper's gonna give us, it's gonna give us more than that even. If I take you away, there's a lot less liquid. So now from sea level, the Thumper gives us 950-ish. Let's say it's 900. And then we've got 2,600 in liquid fuel from 9 kilometers on. That's 3,500. Which is perfectly fine for LKO. Okay. That's workable. And now we need, you know, systems of not dying. What if you didn't, though, with the death? What? And where are the parachutes? I got so much shit added by other shit. Test flight? Wink wink. What? No. We'll just go. We'll just go and it'll work. You and you, something like that. Don't need that anymore. And then these, a little bit of staging. And then we look at the thrust to weight ratios and stuff after we figure this out. So how much, like, torque have you got? Can I find that out here? Find that out over here. The Mark II command pod. Wait. Is that what you are? You're the Mark I. Bruh. Bro, I was looking through this stuff and I was like, there's okay, a crew capacity of 3 there. And no. How did I end up with the wrong one? How are you a crew capacity of 2? What the fuck is going on here? Am I going insane? I thought I had a 3 crew capacity setup here. Well, then the cheapest way to do this would be to add seating in the rear for three dudes, right? Crew cabin. Something like that, but then our deployable recovery stuff is going to be a little bit not quite right. For recovering something like this, you would want a side-mounted parachute. Radial. Not a drogue, but a chute. And what I would do... Yeah, no. Like this, like that. Take you off. Really would prefer it if I could tell... Yeah. Where those things were. Visually. And then we can do the center of mass on this. Find out where it is. And we probably would like the... You know, what's the impact tolerance on this is the question you want to ask. And it's probably like 12 meters per second. It's probably not that good. Oh, the 40. 40 meters per second impact tolerance on that guy. That'll be fine. And a single parachute, yeah, that'll be okay. Turret cam? I guess it spins. Interesting. Aero cam. Interesting. Incidentally, when I get burpy like this, you can know that I'm in, that I'm having a little mini sort of flare kind of thing, and I'm in a lot of pain when I get burpy like that. My brain doesn't work quite right, and I don't feel good in general. So just from now on, you'll know. Oh, good, he's suffering. Cool. Fins, absolutely. We'll want some control surfaces. How are we doing after adding, this weight? Well, let's keep adding the stuff here. We should have some decent reaction wheels on this pod, though, right? We have reaction wheels on the command pod? 5. Torque of 5. That's fine. It's not a big craft. I think fine at 5 will be fine. A little bit of stabilization in Atmo. I don't think it's a big consideration. comms. I don't know if we even need any, considering like our comms network that we've got built so nicely around Kerbal at this point. I think the command pod comes with, you know, some level of communication, right? Electric charge, monoprop. Oh yeah, it's got monoprop in it that we don't need. We can go ahead and drain that. Antenna. Yeah, it's got a rating via the L1 DSN of, you know, 3 million meters. I think we're at 15. I think we're at the L2. So I think we got 15 millimeters, so it doesn't need any additional comms. What's built in is fine. Can you look cooler? You can't look cooler, so you need to look cooler. So liquid fuel is going to look like... like the thing. We have changed the weight. The profile by putting that on just one side. So there is that. I don't think it's going to be a problem for us either going up or while we're up there. It's such a minor issue, and we've got SAS, and we've got a pilot and everything else. This could be it. Let's look at our DV again. You can see, you know, even here, TWR and TV, it's just kind of behind me a little bit, but you can see it. So, starting at sea level, our liquid fuel stage now gives us 850. We should even just say 800. We presume it pushes us to about 10k. By the way, let's reduce the thrust to a more controlled takeoff. 1.3 is good. 1.31 seems fine to me. So we get 800, we'll say, and then we get to 10 kilometers. And from 10 kilometers, we now only have 2,100 meters per second. Really? That's because I added all that, so that is, yeah, that makes sense. So we will now need to re-add the fuel that I had there in the first place. Which is you. Now that's 2,600 plus 800, which is 3,400, which is kind of tight. It's kind of tight. I mean, it's 26. It's actually closer to 27. If we say 2650 and 8. No, now because the sea level, yeah, the SRB is now only pushing 700 plus 2650, and now that's real close. That's 3350. That's just enough to make orbit. We want to have more than just enough to make orbit. How's our TWR after adding that, by the way, on the opening stage? Yeah, that has to come back up. 1.2, 1.3. If I just do 100%, 1.4 is a little high. 0.35. 1.26. A little higher. 2.8. 3. I think 1.3 is a good way to take off. So 700 meters per second, and then we could use just a touch more liquid fuel. Is there any more convenient way to... No. So we'll just stick on just that touch more liquid fuel. Let's pop it in here. And now we're overweight. We just barely pushed overweight, apparently. I said we just need a touch. And then there's the weight of 3 Kerbals, actually. Might have to upgrade the launch pad. I don't know if we can. If we can upgrade the launch pad, actually. Yeah, I don't think we can afford that. At 17.8 tons, I think you put 3 Kerbals in there, and that might be everything you can have. Oh, there's already one in there. Yeah, but look at that. From 0.84 to 0.93, so we can't even afford to launch this on the pad that we're launching with right now. Huh. And we've already drained the monoprop out of here. So pushing these 3 boys to space is right on the edge of viability with the launch pad that we've got right now. We could reduce to the Reliant, but then we lack a lot of, you know, atmospheric control. However, the Reliant should be a little bit cheaper for the weight. 17.6? Am I wrong there? $17.9, yeah. So the Reliant would save us a little bit of weight. We need another Kerbal. So this is going to be the... we're not done working on it, but this is... the Stooges Mark 1. First craft to deliver Kerbals to space. 3 of them. With cream pies. The 3 Stooges. Save you. Leave. What are we doing here? In terms of, like, being able to upgrade the pad. Okay, the pad doesn't cost much to upgrade. And for the sake of the safety of these fellas, I think we need to. So there you go. Our first launch here. Now we don't have to fight against, you know, just be on barely viable mode. So put that fuel in, that liquid fuel that I said we needed. And now from altitude, we're looking at 2,800 meters per second in DV. And then this guy's pushing 7. How's the TWR? 1.27, not bad. I'll bring it back up to 1.3. And the liquid fuel has a 1.2 TWR? No, it has a 2.2. We could reduce the power of this engine a little bit. But no, I don't want the Reliant at all, if I don't have to have it. The swivel is the guy to bring. And... what? Compact? Regular old. There you go, blood orange. Okay, so now, sea level 650 really. Delta V, and so the altitude on 650 meters per second, we're probably not getting that high, maybe 6 or 7 kilometers up. So from sea level, we get, let's say 650, want to underestimate, and then 650 plus 2,700, and we're still just barely making it there. With this you know, weight that I'm adding. We need more SRB, or less liquid fuel, or just less weight overall. How much weight does the 2-seater passenger thing bring? 0.91. Whereas if we were just building a slightly larger ship, 1.3 instead of 0.74, it's... It's definitely a little more efficient. But I also kind of like this. You know, I don't think our first launch should be with 2.5 meter, you know, parts. I think we should be using smaller stuff. I'll tell you, I wanted to just send a scientist. So if we backed off from the plan to send both of these guys, and we had a lander can for a second seat, right? And then we just sent a scientist like that. It doesn't look right. Doesn't seem like that should reasonably fly. Mini rockets attached to the side. I think that's probably the way to go for the SRBs. We put on some little shrimps to help us up. 4 seems like a lot. I know what this nose cone is for. What the fuck? Or no, I know what this nose cone is for. What the fuck is this nose cone for? The very small nose cone. For aerodynamic streamlining, primary use is for rotors. Okay. Because this one fits the small rotors. One of them fits a small rotor. One of them doesn't fit anything. It has been my experience. It doesn't, like, anything that's in the game. Anyway, that comes in without mods and shit. And so I'm wondering, you know, what the fuck? Cause, let's see, robotics. So I guess this one, it's like this, I guess. I was wondering what the fuck, because I knew that this one went to here, right? But I was like, what the hell's the other one for? And I guess it's for that. Yeah. That's what they exist for. And exclusively. They go on nothing else. But okay, now I know. All these... Let's see, we got you, and then all these would go in with you. So... that gives us a lot more on the SRB stage. And the idea would be to try and make them all run together. We've got a burn time currently of the first stage of 45 seconds. If I reduce you... okay, then it goes up to 95. We need to pull this down in the first place. So thrust limit, let's pull you down to 80. Because we've got more thrust-producing guys here at this point. And then we just want to find that spot where the burn time stops getting any better. 53 seconds. 53. And then it goes down to 51. 52. And what are we at? We're at 95. Let's try 96. Didn't change anything. 97. I can't see the keys. It's, that's 53 seconds at 97. And at 96 it was... what? Okay, it's also because Kerbal Space Program sucks. That's also 53 seconds. And then 95 was the one where it changed. It was off. You're 53. 94. Is there something wrong with me? 94 has changed to bad. 95 is 53. So 95 is where we want to be on these. And then 95 and 80, and it'll all burn together with a TWR of 1.4. I want that to be a little bit lower, so let's take a little bit more off. Yeah, let's go down to 74, 1.34, and then look for this burn time again. 57 seconds. Still 57. Still 57. Okay, actually, TWR is getting a little bit below the 1.3 that I'd like to be at. Okay, stops there, 82. 82's okay. Let's put a little bit more back on. Now I'm just being OCD about it, I understand. Cope. We're at 55 seconds. If I increase you, we're still at 55 seconds. If I reduce you, still at 55. Then 61. 82. Let's try 81. Nothing changed at 81. Let's try 80. Still same burn time at 80. I think 79 is where it's going to change. 79 it changed, so 79.5. 79.5 should be perfect balance between these two. It's a TWR of 1.29. How much better could I get? Well, you could get 1.3 exactly. And so together now, all of that from sea level gives us almost 900 meters per second. Let's say 850 meters per second in delta V. And then we switch to the altitude, which probably will take us to like 9 kilometers now. And we've got 2800, 2750, like 950, 20. This is enough now. This is enough. Yeah. So our whole SRB stage will burn all as one unit. It will take the same amount of time for all of these rockets to burn together. They'll provide us with that even 1.3 TWR. We get to 9-10 kilometers up. We drop all that, switch over to the liquid engine. We'll have the vectoring on the swivel, as well as the SAS, the reaction wheels that are in the command pod to help us keep going up. Notice how I'm speaking faster and thinking more clearly and all that kind of stuff, and I'm not burping anymore. This is a big oversight on the modders end of things, that we don't have better texture. We don't have optional textures for the small nose cone. What the hell, guys? What the hell? Yeah. You suggested a battery. Jermason suggested a battery a bit back there. Do we need a battery? We'll be making electric with the engine that we've got. This guy comes with 50 electric charge. It's not a lot. But we also have crew aboard, so the need for battery, even if the battery runs out, we're kind of still okay. You know, for at least controlling things. If we've still got the engine and we can burn it, then that will make electricity. And if we don't, so I don't think we need a battery for this either. They're just going up to go around the planet. Maybe I wanted to do science while we were up here, didn't I? I said the mission involves science. What are the contract terms? Collect all science. I'm not thinking that includes the science junior. That's no. Maybe we could try, but I didn't have a mind for the science junior there. Yeah, actually science throws a big wrench into everything that we've just done. Because if I just put it on the outside of the craft here, I don't know about that, right? Plasma heating. What you should really do to be, you know, realistic, to be fair about this thing, would be payload. You put it underneath, you know, into a service bay. And this will change everything. Absolutely everything. Alright, and then nothing actually attaches to the bay correctly, because again, Squad did a great job here. Absolute snap. I mean, you put in parts that are just here so that you can snap little components inside of them. and then you don't test whether or not, like, it wasn't that they didn't test it. They saw this and went, fuck it. And that's just the sign of a great team. You know, those are the guys you want. They saw the way that this works and they said, fuck it. Good enough. That's the team that, I mean, they would probably be, actually, that is the team that the corporate world wants, you know? The team that just says, fuck it. Players will have to deal with it. We're shipping it. And the investor class is like, thank you, good, excellent. Ah, fucking, we've been looking for people who have no artistic standards. That's excellent. It'd be great to put a magnetometer. We can get one in here. We just gotta put something in the middle. Put a little, little center column structurals, just something for it to stand off of. However, it will add some weight. That will need to be addressed. It's not on perfectly. Yeah, I want you a little bit more buried in there. And then the boom will extend as such. Yeah. I like this. You know, it's like, you don't just send Kerbals to space to be like, see? We did it. Unless, you know, JFK sent you up there, in which case, yeah, that'll do. We need to have a job. We need to have a task, and the task is to collect science. We got a scientist aboard. We got the boom. There should be some goo. The boom was 0.05. The goo is 0.05. So actually the boom and the goo can offset each other. I'll put you here with an absolute snap. And then down. And then to balance that out, put you here. Actually, pick you back up, spin you. No, I guess it was that way. Drop you to absolute snap. Down a touch. And it's all still on the interior, it's not penetrating. Put a little goo in your heart, and the world will be a better place. This is big enough that it doesn't. You know, that it does actually, you can put this in here, but it does also attach in the wrong, like, orientation. This is the kind of stuff that I'm like, this is the quality of Squad as a developer. They created this system. This is how, this is designed to be used this way, right? This is what you put inside of these things, correct? So why is it that when I attach these things, nobody thought this was a problem? They thought it was a problem, they saw it, they said, fuck it. They said fuck it, like they always did with everything. They're a bad team. They were a bad group of developers. They had no standards. That is my opinion. You can see throughout this thing everywhere. There's just like no design to it. And you know what? I just discovered I ran into something else. That works. I ran into something else that is proposing to be a simulator called Nucleares, or Nucleares, or I don't know how it's meant to be pronounced, but it's a new simulator coming out. Well, it's been around, but it's coming to 1.0, where it's actually like you manage a nuclear site, you manage a power plant. And it's aimed at being like, you know, a simulator with a lot of accurate controls. And I was reading through, because they offered me a free key, and so I was reading through what they say about it, their promotional material, and I noticed the language, Nucleares is built for learning. And my initial, like, snap reaction was, because it says, you know, nuclear res is built for learning, read manuals and participate with the online community in order to, you know, get a real understanding of how these systems work. So it was like saying it's built for learning, which you will do outside of the game. And I realized that it's a trick of language. And, you know, I'm not holding this against nuclear res, but it made me realize that maybe Kerbal Space Program, this was their trick of language too, because they always used to talk about how, you know, it's something that you can use to learn. It's a school. It's you know, you can learn these things by playing our game. Trick of language, because you can certainly learn these concepts by playing Kerbal Space Program, but it is not at any point in Kerbal Space Program being taught. That's the trick of language at work here. They do not teach you any of the things that you need to know. They expect you to go outside of the game and learn. And so they claim that, you know, it's built for learning is kind of a way of saying we're not going to try and make our game make sense at all. Because it's not a game. And with something like nuclear res, okay, you know, it's just a simulator. Fine. That's what you're aiming for. It's a simulator. If you want to have experience, then you do that. You know, there's train simulators out there and bus simulators that have all these switches are all over the place, and it's like you'd need to read a manual, and there may or may not be a manual. Like it's just there to recreate the experience, and you either figure it out or you know, they're not trying to create and then you do this and then you learn that and then now we've tutorialized and now we teach you the next thing. They're not trying to do that. It's a simulator. That's why we distinguish simulator from game. Kerbal Space Program attempted to be more than just a simulator, and it really should have, but they failed. They either failed at making this a game, or they just never reached game status. It's one of those two things, is how I feel about it. Stream brought to you by Comcast is Triflistic. Are you having troubles? I'm not seeing any interruptions on my end. Let's see. Did I drop any frames? 265 frames. I dropped no, it doesn't matter. News industry happenings. Microprose announces nuclear reaction simulation game. Yeah, and nothing against it, but it just, reading their copy made me realize the tricks of language that are involved there, and that, you know, there's a difference between our title is built for learning and our title teaches. Does it teach? Does it try to actually? And I feel like Kerbal was trying to sell the idea that it did teach, and it doesn't teach anything. You can't expect Kerbal to help you with anything. I just want to make sure this doesn't penetrate. You know, this is what they thought teaching was, right? We'll just link to a Wikipedia that you can read. They didn't attempt to gamify this, to have the game teach you as it went. So that's good. These things all counterbalance each other. The thermometer doesn't really fit anywhere. We'll drop it in the center, except for if I use snapping, it disappears, it flips upside down, so I can't place it with snapping. We place it without snapping, then we go into tomb mode, then we go into the absolute mode, then we turn snapping on, then we click it once, and now it's floating in midair, because this is how well this system was designed. And so now you grab it again, and you nudge it back into the... We get so used to just that's how you do things. Like, you stop realizing, this is really bad. Somebody sat down and made this and said, goody fucking enough, I'm going home. Heading to the bar, it's Friday. Like, they stopped at this point. It's buffering on YouTube, says Triflistic. Is it? That can be a thing. Let me check. It's gone from excellent connection to not so excellent of a connection now. I'll tell you what, the only thing that I can do... I have just reduced the overhead. Like, I am trying to keep my it's just annoying to have to turn my torrent hive on and off. So I've just reduced it so that it's not supposed to take up that much. bandwidth. I've just turned it off. I've just paused my torrent hive. So, you know, that's the last thing that I can do to reduce the consumption and make sure that I'm only ingesting at 360p. That's correct. I guess I could also close down the browser tabs that have my feeds in them, but I feel like they don't update if you're not looking at them. After a certain amount of time, they stop downloading, right? I would think. Anyway, Triflistic, let me know if things have improved at YouTube now that I've clicked that button, if things settle down a little bit. I'll look in on it in a minute or two. But so there's all of the science. Is it all of the science? You know, atmospheric is not useful in space. We've got... The only thing that we're not bringing is a Science Junior. And the Science Junior is the thing that gets people killed. Science Junior is yet another component here that they just didn't really think about how it should be used or in what scenario or how like the gameplay flow would go for most players. You want to send a Kerbal to space, you're going to use this is a trap, is what this is. It's a trap. Do this. So actually this stuff would all be stuff that we don't bring it back with us, right? We don't bring the physical thing back with us. That's what is the real trap. You try and bring this stuff home, and your life gets real bad real quick. We could try. I just said, you don't bring this stuff home. It makes your re-entry just impossible, unstable. You can't keep your butt into the wind. You can't, that sort of a thing. Actually, yeah, with all this, that's the other thing, would be, it's been so long, thermal, I haven't thought about heat shields at all. See, now there's no way that we're bringing this down with the correct direction, kind of thing. If you drop this stuff, it's still, I mean, we'll be going into it in a very aerodynamic way. So I don't know from LKO if it's even like a problem returning, you know, head first into the plasma. Germasian, grab handles for the science guy to collect it. Oh, like ladders for him to walk on the outside of the ship. I wonder, are we set up that they can do EVAs like that now? And then a heat shield, a bullet for the win. I think this is the safer, you know, construction there. Is like that, and that means you collect the science, you bring it into the ship, and then you throw the materials that, you know, you throw the stuff that did the observing away. God, I am so... I mean, it is a mess. This game is a mess, but I am so out of habit that I just don't know where anything is. Another coupler in a color that tells me it's a decoupler, and then it'd be like that, and like that. And so that kind of changes everything. When we're to space, actually, we push ourselves up, LKO, we don't have like any other transit stage, so honestly this doesn't need to be here. This would just stay with the rocket. You know, once we're in space, we'll have this rocket attached to us the entire time, and then we'll deorbit ourselves and then release. Yeah. So then that's release, and we pop the parachute on the way back. Okay. Where's the center of that? I just want to double check, especially now that we've got this. Let's put our parachute actually in the middle.
Yeah. Let's drink until our hearts stop.
Thank you. I genuinely think the Kerbal Space Program probably would have been better to not try and make a career mode, I guess. I don't know. It at least created a platform for the modders to be able to sort of gamify it, but boy, just what a pathetic attempt by the actual developers. Like half-hearted, non-committal. I think it actually made the game worse that it's there, because if you try and play the stock career mode, it just makes the game seem, you know, bad. It makes it seem worse than it is. If you were to just, you know, open up in Sandbox or do what I've done, which is create a Sandbox-ish version here, where you make all the decisions about the money and the science and stuff like that. It's just, yeah. What do you think? Should they have given it career mode at all? Like, the progression of science, I think, is really important to the game. Yeah, no, it's you want the science collection and you want a bit of a money game. It just needed to be done better. Like, it's not wrong that it's here. It's just done so horribly, you know? I guess that's what has always bothered me about it, is that it is just really, really bad. It's not that it's, you want that game progression. You want those reasons to go out and do things. You want the rewards. And so yes, you want a money game and you want a science game, and the fact that there's stuff out there to go and find and to scan and different scanning objects to bring with you. These are all good ideas and fun and stuff, and then you just have to do them right and well and give a damn about game progression and about difficulty curves and user, like, what's a new user's experience going to be, and are they going to understand what needs to happen here, or are we misleading them by sending them on this mission at this time, or telling them to use that part in that scenario, or, you know, like, you just have to have the slightest competency as a game designer, and they had none. But the ideas are definitely good, you know. The underlying, you wanted all this. I definitely wanted all this to be here. It's just done really, really bad. Yeah. They had to do something, or the game of just being a rocket launch sim would have died. Yeah. Yeah. You want the science, you want the money, it just needed to be done, you know, especially 10 years of development. Could you have gotten a game developer? Instead of a coder who understood Unity. So that's all the science we could possibly bring with us right now. What is our situation now that I've changed the profile of the ship yet again? Because we had tuned everything to be, you know, a perfect kind of a way. Now we have a TWR of 1.25, which is still okay. I think 125 to 13 is the TWR to lift off with. 850 meters per second of delta V from the SRBs. And then they would push us to 9K, and we would have 2,500. And so, let's say 800 plus 2,500, and that's 3,300, and that's just barely getting there. Right? 800 and 2,500, and we're just barely showing up. That brings everything, though. That does the whole... Couldn't get Iggy Pop for the Stooges. I hate how close we are, because it's tempting to just fly, like, demand that I fly it well. We've got so many Kerbals on board. I don't know if these fins are even really necessary. We've got so much thrust back here. If we did 6... of these guys... that gives us 900 meters per second. It pushes us higher, which means the liquid fuel engine will be even more efficient. I think that could be our solution here. 6 of these little guys. We get the TWR rebalanced. Which would be... we're at 1.34. Pull you down. 57 seconds is the burn time. That's the burn time we're looking for, is 57. Okay, let's try 79.5. Still 57, 79. Okay, so it was 79.5. It gives us a 1.31, 1.32 TWR off of the pad from sea level with 950 meters per second of delta V, which we're going to call 900, and then we're going to assume that we hit 9 kilometers, maybe even 10. And so we're looking at... 2,500 meters plus 900 is 3,400, and we know that there's a little bit extra there, and I think we're going to get higher than we think. If I were to make it to 11, it turns into 2,550. This is still close, but it's good. We know that there's 950, not 900. And that number should be real. You know, starting from sea level, there's not a lot weirdness that we can do wrong other than just burn them. So 950 is a real number. 950 plus 2,500, and that gets us 3,450. And it's still a little tight. But, you know, we'll survive it even if it doesn't work out, right? We'll get these Kerbals home, one way or the other. Things are going to change ever so slightly when I add the last crew member in, actually. Oh, wait. Yeah, we lose 2 meters per second for each crew member. Son of a bitch. In the liquid fuel stage? In the liquid fuel stage, we lose a lot per crew member. God damn it. This is... Boy, the first... Send the first Kerbals to space mission is actually proving... rather challenging. We're not losing it on the SRBs, but we're losing it on the liquid fuel stage. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna try adding yet more liquid fuel. You don't want to send these things like just barely. It just barely works. So with that, now it's more like 900 meters per second plus, when we hit altitude, 2,600. So that's 3,500, and that's a lot better. TWR now, 1.28, still a viable TWR without having to change anything on the lower stage. And 1.7 when we switch over to liquid fuel, very reasonable. This is a more flyable sort of a craft. I'm just shocked at how big it has to be in order to push 3 Kerbals. We don't even have the third Kerbal in there. So it's going to cost us, it's going to be even shittier once I get a third Kerbal in there. Save the Stooges Mark 1. Step out. We need to go hire another Kerbal. And I would like to name it after someone. In fact, what does it cost to hire a Kerbal? We've got a pilot and a scientist. We need a new engineer. Brian Hall is standing right there. Top of his class in courage and low stupidity. Brian Hall is definitely the man. Next hire costs 70 grand. Don't forget to deduct 75,000 for the pad update. It cost me 75 to open the pad. We don't have the money for another engineer. Because I opened the pad. So we have to just recall Bill. Yeah, we have to recall Bill Kerman from Woomerang. Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill. Let's go out and, you know, call him in properly. But yeah, we're low on money. See, this is the fun of, you know, having a money game, too, is you get low on money, you have to make it work. You have to fit it in there. Let's see. I need to check back in on YouTube. YouTube says excellent connection now. Okay. So pausing my torrent thing is part of the deal here. Bill Kerman, sitting right here in his little golf cart out at Woomerang Station. Let's head to morning, actually. Shouldn't I have a... it's here. Warp to sunrise. And now we just have to fly Bill Kerman all the way back to the KS. Bill? You're out of electric charge. Alright, never mind, Bill. Keep your foot on the brake. This is Woomerang Station, by the way, in case you're just joining us. The Woomerang launch site is up here. We flew all the way out to the Woomerang launch site to unlock it in our head cannon, and then once I'd unlocked it, I used Kerbal constructs in order to build a stock-alike facility for Woomerang. So we now have a vehicle assembly, we have a crawlerway that delivers new craft up to the launch pad there. We've got a little observation tower there and some sciencey communication and whatnot, but importantly over here, something has gone wrong. Something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. Over here, we have our, we now have a airstrip, which we didn't have when we first landed here. Something's wrong with our Kerbal constructs. Where did, this is not supposed to be like this. Did we lose a map decal somehow? Woomerang main, runway, and then the ramp. Something has changed that has put this stuff underground. Huh. I don't want to fuck with it. I'm here to recollect Bill Kerman. Bill, we need you for a mission. You're going to be one of the first 3 Kerbals to go to space.
You haven't tested it?
No, we haven't tested it.
Okay, business as usual.
That's right. Let's go ahead and recover Bill. I guess I'll have to fuck with the Woomerang Station thing. There's supposed to be a little tunnel entrance there in the side of the terrain, and it looks like the terrain changed at some point. Welcome back, Bill. Oh, there's a storm off to our right. Bill Kerman's back. Yeah, there it is. My question is, will they be able to do EVA in space? Astronaut complex upgrade required for off-world EVA surface samples. Okay, but we're not going to be interested in surface sample. I would have to upgrade this for the Kerbals to be able to perform EVAs. So I need a loan. Otherwise, we'll go up there, we'll collect all that science, we won't be able to bring it in. They need to be able to go on EVA up there. I need money that we don't have after I upgraded the launch pad. So how do I get money that we don't have in our little Sandbox Plus scenario? Just in case you're wondering, we do have a set of pretty specific rules on how we pay ourselves for missions and stuff like that. We're also supposed to be waiting 2 weeks between off-world missions and 3 days between launches and stuff like that, which I'm trying to do, but it's kind of hard to keep track of when our last launch was and stuff, to make sure that we we don't launch too quickly. We're on day 55. I think we're clear to do another mission at this point. I remember one of our missions ended on day 29, and then I think we went forward. We did another mission and had to fast forward. So 29 plus 14 was 30. 29 was 44. Now we're on 55. We actually have to wait another 3 days. 2 or 3 days? 3 days. So day 58 we can launch this mission, but I need money, and I need to do it without going off-world. I need 50 grand to be able to open up the astronaut complex so that we can do EVAs. They can already do EVAs while floating in space. It says Kerbals can disembark only on Kerbin with the level 1 facility. And then to upgrade, Kerbals can perform EVAs. Is the game lying because it was made by bad designers or developers, or does this mean what it means? I'm pretty sure they won't be able to get out when they're in LKO. I mean, according to this, I would believe that they can't get out in LKO until we upgrade the astronaut complex, which means I need 50 grand. We need a live stream break anyway, right? Yep. We're right here at the 2-hour mark exactly. So we've built the ship that's going to take them. Let's put Bill Kerman in here and see what the final Delta V is going to be like on the Stooges Mark 1. It's just 32 parts, too. It's a complex ship, and yet, a lot of little futsy stuff went into it, but there's not a lot of parts to it. Philbear, then Brent Geary, actually you would sit there, and then Bill would be there. There you go. So when all 3 of these Kerbals are in here, the Delta V that we're looking at, and TWR and everything, sea level, we start with 900 and 1.28, 900, and then up here we're at 2550, which is 3450, which is enough to make orbit with 100 meters per second, loss, 150 maybe even 200 meters per second loss. I think you can hit LKO with 3200. Science for the pole? For the pole? Huh? You don't mean the flagpole, you mean the poles. We built a boat. I get money back by bringing the boat back in. I don't know what it costs to launch the boat. We're gonna have to launch the ship too. $21,000 is gonna cost us to put this thing up there. I think they're just not gonna be able to go on EVA. I think they're just not gonna be able to do EVA. Which means that we need to be able to collect this science or bring it home. So the options are, you put an experiment storage unit on it, which we could roll onto its side and try and wedge in here. There's already a lot of stuff in there. Or we could put up here, and this is another question you might want to ask the squad. What the fuck was, where was this supposed to go? On a regular ship. Because it sure the shit doesn't look like it's supposed to go here, right? So where did you intend this to be used? Because then if you open this up and you try and shove it in one of these, it's not like it, you could do that, but you're cheating. And it's just, it doesn't snap correctly, and it actually, I'm pretty sure, doesn't really fit. Like, if I put this on the side of this. See, there's a thickness to the top and to the bottom here. So it doesn't actually fit. You see how it's... So where is it supposed to be used? Where was this supposed to be? And I'm pretty sure they just don't have an answer for you. It's squad. Wait, what do you mean? Where is it supposed to be? What? What do you mean? The player will figure it out. We don't need to have an idea. Bar's open. I'm going home. So that's how we can, like, wedge one of them in here. It technically doesn't fit, but it fits close enough that we can, you know, in our hand cannon say that it fit. And then the thermometer that was in the center up there is in a bad place, and yeah, actually I'd have to pull you out, get the thermometer back. But we can work it like this. Okay. Just drop you anywhere, and then with an absolute snap, find the dead center. You had it, and then you walked away from it. There's the dead center. Pull it up so that it looks like it might be possible. Alright. And then we've got the thermometer and the barometer and the seismometer that all need to fit in here somehow. I guess I can put the thermometer dead on this. And then maybe snap it. I can't really tell if that's like, did it embed itself? It looks like it embedded itself. Yeah, it's so far in now. Fuck. Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so I gotta do this. And then... there. This is the kind of skill that you develop for this, you know, for these poorly engineered systems. In your tenure working with them. I'm just gonna leave that where it is. I mean, shit doesn't, it really just doesn't fit. Shit just don't fit. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with the shit that don't fit? Quit? I'm just slapping it in there, and I'm not gonna worry about the infinitesimal, like, that it doesn't quite... that the weight is off. I'm just not going to worry about it. You just stay where it is. Close. Does anything penetrate? Nothing penetrates. That's basically the rule in Kerbal Space Program. If it doesn't penetrate, we'll just pretend like it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Pull you up. Pull you up. Okay, it all fits in there, and then the idea would be, because we're not going to be able... Oh, wait, no. We're not going to be able... to exit the craft. We just don't bring the Science Junior either. Oh no, we can't bring the Science Junior. We'll be able to hoover everything into the return canister there. That's the idea there. Yeah. So this comes home with us, which will change our center of mass for the sake of where the parachute is. And, you know, it should start to make you wonder whether or not a single parachute is going to be enough. The impact tolerance on this is like 40 meters per second. Impact tolerance on the little cabinet there. You'd think it'd be under payload, wouldn't you? Yeah. Is just 14 meters per second. Which is ridiculous because this is a service bay. This is the thing that's meant to contain other things. Why would this have such a low impact tolerance? But fine. What I've usually done in the past for that is you open the doors on the way down. When you're, about to touch down, you throw the doors open, and the doors, I think, actually somehow have a better impact tolerance or something. But it usually doesn't explode if you've got the doors open. So 14 meters per second, everything else on here is going to have a higher impact, impact. Yeah. I could put a second parachute on, honestly. We've changed the weight again, though. So we look at the delta V's and stuff, and we look at the sea level, delta V, and apparently we haven't added well, actually, TWR, the delta V of your SRB doesn't change that much when you change weight. It's the liquid fuel that gets impacted. So 900 meters per second still at a 1.28, but when we get to altitude, with all Kerbals seated, it's 2,550 plus 900. We're still 3,450. We're still okay with this craft as it is. Presuming a 9, and I think we're going to get higher than that. Yeah. The craft still works with that adjustment. I wouldn't mind having 2 parachutes. If we can sustain the added weight. Bill lost in space. I wouldn't mind having a pair of chutes. Just kind of eyeballing how far is each of them away from the center crossing point. That looks pretty close, maybe even a little bit. And so there's 2 parachutes for us to ensure a super safe return. However, now that's a lot of weight that pulls us to one side. If I do like that. That is a significant amount of weight. Well, we're going up. It's going to be pulling us that way. It would be better if that weight were on the right, but then we'd have to change the orientation of this, and I don't want to. I think we make do with just the 1 parachute. I think we'll be fine. And that's dead between the middle of them. I think I'm happier with that. I think the flight will be easier. Is there anything that I haven't thought of then? Roll program, yeah. Like, it'd be better if this were pointed in the direction that we want to roll over, but then we have to, reorient, everything has to twist, and our control point will be different, and that's sort of the weird part of it, which I would prefer not to deal with. But then again, we can just say fuck it and deal with it, which would be, if I take you, and it's like this, and actually I would want all this stuff to be with us too. Nope, this way. And then actually there was a side that had more equipment on it, and it is this side. And so what I could do is something like this. Not that this matters. This is so infinitesimal in the weight. It's really just fuck. It's really just, for the hell of it. Just for the hell of it. Diet Coke. And then you would be like this. Just because if we have the option of doing it better, why not do it better? You know. DBLS. Don't be like Squad. They had the option of doing it better. They decided everything was good enough. It's good enough, it's good enough, it's good enough. Ship it. Why won't you move anymore? Yeah, I don't care that much. Okay. We could do action groups. Notice that there's no listing for 1 through 9. And then I click on something and it becomes. It's also just bad design. It really needs to be there to show you that it's an option. But let's do observe mystery goo, log pressure data, log temperature, log seismic data, run magnetometer report, all on one. Wait, there's also this guy. Oh, did I already get it? Barometer, thermometer, magnetometer, mystery goo, seismic accelerometer. Yeah, I got all of it. And then on 2, we say suck it all up, collect all. Oh, and then on 1 also would be the Science Junior. Wait, no, we don't want the Science Junior. The Science Junior will be manual because we can only use it in one place, and we'll use it in space. Whereas the rest of this stuff we can use over and over and over again, except for you, actually. So I should take the Observe Mystery Goo out of here as well, because those two will only be in space. I could even put them on their own thing. Observe Mystery Goo and Conduct Materials Study, all on 3. 2 hoovers all the science up that we did. We can also add to Custom 1. We could add crew reports. On Custom 1, where is it? Crew report. And so we'll be able to hit 1, you know, from the launch pad. I think we've already done the launch pad stuff. Oh. Yeah, but we'll, as soon as we're in the air, and then, you know, low atmo, high atmo, in space, I guess. Something like that. We have no fins, we have no control surfaces. We will be relying on the SAS here, and then the swivels gimbal for control after we get a certain, you know, get going on the SRBs. We're hoping the SAS will be enough to tilt us a little bit down with the SRBs to get us the right direction. And I think this is the ship. So, checking one more time. At sea level, we've got 900 meters per second in delta V from all of our SRBs. Then we get into, we get up there 9-10 kilometers, and we've got 2,600 meters per second in delta V. And so 2,600 plus the 900 is 3,500. That's very good. We've got a buffer. We should be able to get up here with our 3 Kerbals in tow. Do the science. Collect it all, bring it all home, and then no matter which direction the pod is returning in, either the bullet return, it should be fine, right? It's just LKO, so if we're going face first into it, we're very aerodynamic. You know, nothing should pop. And otherwise, if we are coming down the other way, we've also brought a heat shield, so we've done this very well. We've not overbuilt, we've not underbuilt. We're also right on the edge of... Oh no, we upgraded. Yeah, we're past the 18-ton limit. Okay. It's going to cost us $22,000 to launch it, which we will do when we come back from the live stream break. Yeah. Yeah, we will do that when we come back from a live stream break. Been here for almost 2.5 hours building the first craft. I'm surprised that it took that long, but a lot of considerations. We also spent a little bit of, tooling around in our little boat, which I can't wait for, that's going to be fun. Going out and finding out whether or not we can tow them back to shore, or can we hoover them? Can we suck them in with the... There's a lot of different things that could work, and also none of them could work. None of our systems that we built on that boat could work, but that will make this Kerbals to space and back a little bit more interesting than usual, is that we're going to try and actually return right off the shore of the KSC and then drive out in a boat and pick our boys back up and try and recollect their craft as well if we can get it back to the shore. We'll see what we can do when we come back from this 7-minute live stream break. I am the Ronin Pawn. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. And actually, I have to reload yet again our files, our list of songs that I can play, because I keep changing them, trying to find the place where my cover versions of songs and things I've recorded over the years that I like to play isn't triggering YouTube's, copyright bullshit system. So I have changed the contents of this folder, but it hasn't updated in the program. And you know what? Maybe I just don't give a damn, and I go ahead and try and play some music. And anyway, I'll meet you back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn that out.
What if all the happy, shiny people lost their luster? What if all the elves who make the cookies for the world ran out of dough and sold the cookie tree? We'd all go hungry, till developers are ripping up the roots to build a factory wherein the shiny objects would be like so much art value to be shipped out to zillions small distributors where you can read your paycheck for more important things like the empty words now a beat of hip-hop's latest poster child preaching lives of solitude and hatred to the market minds of oh so many sheep. So many to count, I'm full of sleep and dream of merrymakers making merriment and happy people polished with a coat of wax, 2 coats of wax and nails with cookie sheets who slave away into the night to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, happiness, and happiness, 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 and happiness, 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 and happiness.
Boom, 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 little fish, 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 oh, little fish. Oh, little fish. Oh, little fish.
Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv and youtube.com/Ronan Paul, live stream on twitch.tv and youtube.com/Ronan Paul. That's where we do it. We're playing Kerbal Space Program today. It was the Good Lauds, one of the few bands that I've found over the years that I'm pretty sure they still aren't trying to steal my copyrights because I play their music.
Ronan Paul!
So many people do that. Sorry. Who's subscribed and welcome to the BDC? Nandayo. When was this? Who was that? What was that? I gotta check the actual, pic server. What was this? It's not in the event thing. It didn't show in the event queue. And yet, we just had Triflistic? Triflistic did a sub at 346, but it's 404. Have some Jeff Bezos money. Triflistic? What? Right. Queued event. 346, and then at 350. Oh, these are seconds. I see. Because it's 00. I was reading the time wrong. It was Triflistic, just subscribed, and it doesn't show up in my event feed, in either of my event feeds. The activity feeds are both dead for some reason. What? This has got to be a Twitch problem, then. Because, yeah, Twitch doesn't show...
Ronan Paul!
And that was the resub message, but without a message attached to it. That shows. That has shown
Thank you, Triflistic. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. I just got these systems that I'm monitoring closely to see if we've got them all working. And the problem is that I'm using other people's systems, and their systems don't work. So, really hard to tell who's not working there. Triflistic, thank you so much. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. For 11 months?
Impressive.
Activity feed is very hard to read there. So, we are about to launch the Stooges, Mark 1. Called it the Stooges because there's 3 Stooges that will be in here. And it'll be Bill Kerman, and it'll be Brent Geary, and it'll be Phil Bear. This is to be our first launch of Kerbals to space, proving that Kerbals can go to LKO, and so we need a fully manned, rocket that's got a pilot and engineer for a pilot to steer, an engineer for repairs, and a scientist to scratch their ass. We're going to be taking a lot of sciences when we're up there, actually, because the Stooges has aboard it a goo container, we've got a thermometer, we've got a barometer, we've got an accelerometer, and we've got whatever this is, the magnetometer, the boom. And then, of course, we've got the Science Junior as well. So we're taking every bit of science that we can possibly take. We'll save the Science Junior and the goo container for LKO, but everything else we're going to be able to pop in midair over and over and over again because we haven't done that yet. It's all set up to action groups and everything. Yeah, I think we're prepped for this launch. We've looked at the Delta V on this ship 9,000 times in the course of making it. So I think we're ready to put it on the pad and actually send the damn thing out there. Let's throw it to the docks. No, let's put it out on the launch pad and see if there's any immediate problems that we see once we get it on the launch pad. Wait. We have to wait until day 55 to launch. We need to wait until day 55 to launch. And we are on day 55. Was it day 55? Maybe day 55 is what I'm remembering. We needed 3 more days. Was it day 58? One of our missions was day 29. So 14 ahead from 29 is 33. And then 14 ahead from 33. I don't know why I'm waiting. Wait. 29 would be 43, and then 13 ahead from 43 would be 56. 56? Do we need to be day 56? Let me get a calculator out, because I'm trying to... And I shouldn't. One of our missions ended on day 29. It's 14 days, not 13. So 43 plus 2, because I'm pretty sure we're up to day 57 is when we would need if we're following... I'm not sure when we did our last mission, basically, is what I'm saying to you. I don't know. Let's wait until day 58, just to cover it. Holy shit, it's foggy this morning, huh? Just to cover it. Cover all circumstances. By the way, yeah, we've got a boat out there, the White Whale Mark 12, which has been to sea for several days now, and it's out there anticipating the return of the ship that we're about to launch. How we doing? Clear skies, nearest storms over there. Little dewy this morning, but we'll make dewy with it. We'll make dewy with it. Bill sits here, Brent Geary sits there, and we're going to space. I would have hired another Kerbal. We can't afford it. I would have upgraded the astronaut complex so that they could EVA once they're up there. I couldn't afford it. This is why having a bit of a money game is, fun. Let's put the vessel on the pad and see if it doesn't just fall over on us for some reason. I'm certainly hoping that it won't. It is my strong desire. Oh, look at that. Man, I love that there's little wet reflections around the KSC in the mornings, when it rains, when it's been foggy out, that kind of thing. It's all brilliant to me. So, how are we looking? Interior-wise, Phil will be driving us. Then we got Bill Kerman, then we got Brent Geary. If we step inside, We don't want chase. We don't want that. I think we'll go with auto to start. Okay. So you are currently seated upside down. Is that how this works for liftoff? And then in the back. Yep. I would think that this would be bad. Somebody's going to get injured with this, with your seat belts cutting you in half, something like that. I think we got a craft here, and it might just fly. SAS on, throttle to full. Boy, I feel a little bit nervous about this. All this should be balanced together. Which way am I going to be turning down the ball? It's not to the right. 90 is up. 90 is up. So I'll be pulling down to go up, to go to the 90, because of the orientation of our ship here. Okay. Fair enough. Houston, could we get a countdown?
Yeah, Pawn. I'm not sure that you should do this.
2, 1, fire!
Who the hell is that?
I'm sorry, I've had your twin brother coming in and doing... He's not supposed to... He hasn't launched anything, it's just we've been doing some recordings for days when you're sick and you can't come in.
2. Why am I doing this? It's a plane takeoff. There's no countdown necessary.
Okay, Dave. Houston's brother is named Dave. Sorry, Houston, you go ahead.
Jesus, things get weirder and weirder around here. In 3, 2... It really does sound a lot like me. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay. We're lifting. We're lifting off. And I'm immediately rolling us down the ball. I don't like that. Don't make any noises that would freak me out right now. I've got lots of reasons to be freaked out right now. Please no. Yep, we're just rolling over. Cautiously, slowly, carefully, reasonably. Halfway through the SRBs now. Out over the water, so you guys are safe now. If everything goes wrong, you're still okay. You hang on there. Phil Bear's got his hands on the wheel. I'm sure we'll be fine. Throttle is to full, ready for whatever. The next move here.
Oh no!
In 3, 2, 1. We've transferred to the liquid fuel stage. We are at 10 kilometers, so that's precisely where we expected to be. Burning full. I'm just trying to keep us on our prograde here for minimal drag at these low atmospheric heights. Apoapsis is already at 30 kilometers. We're at 18, so that's okay. It's not bad, but we do want to be turning down a little bit faster than that. I'm going to start pulling the apoapsis down now that we're out of the lower atmo. By the way, let's take some this is from upper. We'll have to get the other on the way down. Suckered in. Crew report was in there, but I only saw 3 reports. There should have been more than that. Accelerometer doesn't work in certain situations or something, I think, is part of the deal. 61 kilometers on the apoapsis. We did not turn down fast enough. I don't want to go too much higher than we need to, considering how tight the fuel is on this craft. So we'll do 80 kilometers on our first burn here. We've still got over 1,000 meters per second of delta V in the vessel. It's looking good. And as we go up, this is not really, I just wanted to stay with auto. I wanted to go inside the vessel here. How are we looking? Oh, we're upside down, are we? Let me, make our passengers a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, I would be clapping too. Okay, we're almost to space now. Okay, we are in space. Let's level out. Find our prograde. Apoapsis is at 80.5. So let's go ahead and get down here on the horizon about where we'll be burning. And have a look at how we're doing here. Hey, we came up pretty near to our refueling platform. If I had put some a docking port on this thing, we could like empty our excess fuel into it, and that really is the point of this, you know, or not really the point of it, but it's one way that we could be using the refueling platform. Lock the staging so no accidents. I don't even know how to do that. Because I've never had an accident before. How are we doing? We're at 80.5. Go. Burn, burn, burn. Burn hard. Let's keep the apoaps in front of us. Good. Excellent work. It has fallen behind us. It's okay. We can nose up to pull it back toward us. There we go. Pulling the apoaps back to us. Now nosing down. Throttling down a touch. And a touch more. Yep. There we go. Like so. Okay, periapsis is coming up now. And we have orbit. With 184 meters per second remaining, we have a circular orbit at about 80 kilometers. 84.9 on one side and 80.3 on the other. Very nice. Very nice. And if we wanted to hook up with our tow truck, we could. Except for that there ain't no docking ports on here. Alright. We are now in free orbit around Kerbal, and it's time to step out of the craft and you know, see everybody. So how do we move here? Yeah, it was sad. Left shift, left control. Left shift goes up. What's up? Is there no pass through to get to the thing that's connected behind us in this craft? I was under the impression that this mod, the free IVA stuff, had added a bunch of like features to all the parts so that they could interconnect with one another, and you could move around in them reasonably. And every time that I step out of something and I find out no you can't. So something is either missing, or I'm misunderstanding what what's supposed to be going on here. But we can unbuckle and move around. Plane landing for dummies. That's good to know. We can move around, but I was expecting that this, you know, would be able to, this hatch would open into the cockpit, because I thought that was like part of the mod, was adding, you know, connective tissue between all these different pieces, but I guess not. Still, it's pretty cool to be able to move around here. I would have used spacebar for going up and down, but it's fine. Give her a kith. Alright, enter your seatbelt. And then back out. Alright, so we came up here for science. Let's get us some science. Number one is number one. Open. And deploy. Boy, it's a good thing that that didn't try to deploy when we were in, you know, atmosphere. Magnetometer. I didn't even think about that when I hit one. But yeah. Alright, keep all those experiments in space near Kerbal. recollect, and then because this is as high as we're going to be able to go, we'll go ahead and pop our main science stuff that was saved just for LKO, which is the two of these, mystery goo, and the material study. Microgravity has greatly affected the growth of crystalline structures. Loose objects are also flying around the bay in a very messy but fascinating way. 25 science for the material study, 10 science for the goo, which is clumped into a sphere and has become brittle. And then we suck it all in. Material study while in space near Kerbal has been added. There were 2 oranges there that I don't... What? You know? What? Let's close the doors on that, so we're going to be releasing it eventually. Same thing on the goo, I think. Can I can't? Alright. If I hit 2 again, 2 sucks everything up. Whatever its complaints were before, it's not complaining now, so that's fine. How are we on electric charge? Oh, I got the lights on, draining some. It's fine. Okay. I mean, this is all we came here to do, really. Right? Maybe because it is the first orbit. Now we're using some electric charge. These boys should sit up here and orbit for a while. You know? I feel like maybe they should spend 3 days in space. Can we get away with that? If I turn SAS off, the lights are on. How long can they be in space before it's going to be a problem? Our signal strength connectivity is fine. We've got this powerful network around us. How long can you guys be up here before it's an issue, before we start running out? Oh, I need to calculate re-entry to the KSC, that's right. Big part of this mission was coming down correctly. And, that's Firefly. I have something installed for this that's supposed to give us better readings for return, and it looks like it's missing from the list. Trajectories. So let's go to stock, and so the question is, are we allowed to use it in this particular moment of career mode? And right-clicking on it. Show trajectory. Good. And now if we go to map mode, I mean, in flight, it seems like we're going to be allowed to use it to try and get a proper, you know, descent here. But yeah, we're at 45.49. I want to spin around the planet a couple times. Let's F5 and see how long they'd be allowed to stay here. Oh, look at this. Show trajectory in flight. Oh, that's neat. It actually puts a little line out there that shows you where you're going. I don't think that's I don't think I want that. Thank you. Okay. I don't know how it works except for that it shows you in the map mode what you need to see. Let's spin around the planet a little bit and see where we are. 45.49 with the interior lights on. So we've been up here for 0 days, 15 minutes. It looks like having the lights on is not an issue. It does not drain electricity. However, if we had the thermometers display on, the LED, that would be a problem in fucking Kerbal Space Program. They can't. Alright, so let's Let's try this. Let's try warping to sunrise. You can't warp to sunrise. I want them to be up here for 3 days. I think that's the mission. I have F5s, Gervasian. I did before I started warping us. Let's have them up here for 3 days. So... I apologize for what you are seeing. If I zoom out a bit, in fact, maybe I could just go to the map. Kerbal. We've been up here for a day. Two days. 3 days. Okay. Audio filter? How would the audio filter have gotten on? How? When did it suddenly jump on? I have to hit F3 for Houston's voice to come forward. What the fuck? There was no cause to hit F3. I didn't try and hit F3 during launch. You didn't tell me until now? Jesus. Thanks for that. Been listening to and there's nobody else watching who could have said something? It's just, wow. I'm working hard for you. One of us is participating. I gotta keep my thing on this screen. Like, I don't have enough room on screens. There's no way to fit it all, and I can't trust you guys. So, okay. Cool. Now I know where we stand. I'm a little pissed off at that. Jesus fuck. How long are you gonna let me sit here while I'm, like, making a recording and the audio sucks? How long would you let that go? Huh? Would you develop a game like this? Did you work for Squad? Like, how low are your standards? Trying to do something well. Sound like I was role-playing as Mission Control? Well, if it sounded cool. Alright, so... we're good. We've been up here for 3 days. Now it's time to plot a return to Kerbal. So I'm going to go ahead and F5 again. So here's the KSC. It's incredibly difficult to see because Kerbal looks so cool. What? Fuck off the moon. No one ever clicked on the moon. It's not even back there. I don't know where the fucking moon is. So we're here. We want to go there. This is actually a pretty good time to start trying to burn down. No, we're too far past it. If this is us, I need to make sure that I'm focused on us to know. Yeah, we're a little bit past the moment. So when do we want to come down? I'd say about back here. About a third of a planetary turn before is when we want to start this. And boy, when we get going, we have no control. We're gonna drop our fuel, drop our thruster, and it'll just be what it be, you know? So with the KSC at the bottom of Kerbal and this being us, yes, then with about a third of a turn away, this is where I'm going to try to set it up from and go. So, let's get to our retrograde. And see how accurate this trajectories thing can get. Remember to overshoot the landing to count for the slowdown and re-entry. I'm gonna try and be really tight with it. F5. And SAS. I don't know. SAS. We're losing my desired moment the longer time goes, the longer things go on. Where's the KSC? It's over here. Okay, let's burn. So, this is what trajectories is giving us. The red is showing us, you know, in atmosphere. It's projecting drag. And so this is where it's projecting will land, based on drag. And the periapsis is getting painfully low, starting from all the way back here. I don't like, you know, that's how we re-enter and then we end up over here. Like, we're going to end up going really, really fast through the atmosphere. Guess that's what F5s are for. Because where we want to land is basically the airfield. And here's the thing, is that the planet is still spinning underneath us. So, yeah, being a little bit out is important. Two, the periapsis being like that hard and low tells me that we should have started this burn earlier. We should have done it from maybe halfway around the planet, way back there. If I thought it was going to be deadly, then I'd revert, but I think we're okay. I mean, we've actually got the fuel to just pull ourselves back up and do it again. And get a better one. In fact, let's do that. Let's roleplay this. I don't like what I'm seeing. We've got 100 meters per second of delta V. I don't know where our craft is, but... Is that us? I think that's us. Let's go ahead and just lift this back up. To 70 kilometers on the periapsis. Yeah, we're actually going to be out of fuel for the final return now. I think. Which is, again, why we made an F9. Why is it taking so... because you're blowing the apoapsis up your periapsis, you've been moving the wrong one, that's why. Alright, F9. So let's try it again from like, behind the planet. From 50%. Completely... halfway... Notice how much the planet spins there, too. I don't want to be landing at night. But we could be landing at sundown. Sundown would be fine for me. Okay. From here. Where's the planet? Why don't you remember? Should be in free mode, which would mean it's under us. Okay, never mind. Never mind. What the fuck ever. There you go. And then map mode. And let's try dropping this thing. KSC is here. Okay. Atmospheric drag. I want it to be very, very tight. Not docking. Not that. That one. Okay, so 30 kilometers, that's a lot better. So there's the airstrip, or the airfield, and there's Kerbal. And so the question is, like, is that, you know, what we're going to find out now is how accurately this trajectory system projects. Does it account for the spin of the planet? That kind of a thing. Or do I need to, you know... Do I need to be doing my own pushes. I'm gonna bring it in even tighter. I want to come down, if this is the, you know, sort of experimental push, I want it to be really tight to the shore. I feel like you can always use body lift to try and make your stretch your landing out. But you can't make it any shorter if it doesn't come in where it needs to come in. So this is, I'm targeting specifically between the island airfield and the actual KSC. That's where we have put our cross. How close is this going to get to what we've projected? That's the interesting part to me. And actually, when we blow this off, it's going to change our trajectory a little bit. So maybe if I do like radial, it will have, you know, less of an impact. Will affect us less if I'm to prograde, retrograde. You know, radial should be a less. Actually, normal would be even better, wouldn't it? Low normal, and then this shouldn't affect like our distance much at all. And we are F5'd to, you know, before all this stuff, or yeah, I'm not gonna F5 again from here. So we're headed that way, and we're dropping our canister. Let's make sure that we've scooped up everything from the bays, and we have. I hit 2 several times. There we go. We're now away. Fuel pushing off that way. And, you know, ideally, we would go into this butt first. I don't know if we're going to be allowed to go into this butt first. I should also be very careful with what remains of our electric resources. Okay, we're at 73 kilometers. Re-entering atmosphere now. And so the question is gonna be, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be how, you know, aerodynamic profile, weight, all that kind of stuff. Are we coming down bullet style? Or are we coming down with our butts into the wind? And by the way, how is our projected landing? What? It has changed massively because of the profile of the ship is no longer what it was. Oh boy. This is problematic. So, trajectories is basing our return on the shape of the ship, which used to be, you know, what it was, all that fuel in it. And now that we've dropped it, this is our trajectory instead. This is okay. We're learning something about trajectories. That's fair enough. I guess I could have assumed that. Looks also like this return guy is going to want to be bullet capsule return. Phil Bear looks a little bit maniacal down there. I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but he doesn't seem so much happy as he seems like he's getting ready to kill us all. I wonder if there is something you can do with trajectories so that it assumes that, like, the last, you know, just the last part of the ship is the one, you know? Because otherwise, this is us having to guess. Target. Select. Curbing KSC. Hey. Okay. That's interesting. Enter target latitude and longitude separated. So we've set target to KSC. That's interesting that we can set a target from there, and that they've supported the KSC as one. But yeah, we lost. Like, if I had to just guess where to put our target, then I would have to put our target like out here, and then detach. That would be nasty. Turn off default retro. Default retro? Are you saying that it was assuming that there would be like a burn, we would use the fuel or something like that? Was there a setting here? And complete fixed body. Current impact, clear target, that just sets target. Descent. Prograde. Ah, like it assumes which way we'll be facing in order to try and calculate. Okay, so we're there, and it's projecting there, and if I wanted to try and stretch it out... Look at that, that is so pretty. I don't think having trajectories up at this point is going to help at all. That is so pretty. That's right. Now we're using the SAS to hold our nose up in the air. Have we got heating? Sure. Is it problematic heating? I don't think so. The idea here is that I'm stretching out... I'm pushing us forward by keeping the nose up. And so we're using body lift. We're using the, you know, there's aerodynamics. There's a lot of air coming. We're creating lift on the ship right now. So by keeping the nose up as we descend deeper and deeper into the atmosphere, we're generating lift, which will keep us in the air for a longer time. We want to keep the speed. And try and push our way back to here. Try and close this gap. Yeah, and the heating that we're getting is non-problematic heating. We've got some ticks, but they're not going to kill us or anything. This is interesting. What's that dot on the ball there? Surely something to do with trajectories. Just curious how much we can get out of this, because you can see it moving. You can see us pushing it. And it's a lot. It's a lot that we're getting. This is target, so like this is where I would have to be... I don't know, I'd put my prograde there in order to get to the KSC? I don't know what they're... that seems like a very odd thing. Yeah, you see how much we've closed the gap. I feel like we were coming down here originally. We're not going to make it to the KSC, let me be clear. But, we're still at 26,000 meters, and, you know, we're falling very slowly, we're keeping a lot of the speed. I think that's the idea, is find the balance, where you're using the body lift, you're staying, but you need to keep everything. You need to keep the speed, you need to keep the height. Push, push, push. I'd be amazed if we managed to, you know, slam into the mountains in front of the KSC. That would be... I don't think we'll even reach that. No longer heating now, which is good. Come on. What the fuck? Okay, it's, like it doesn't have the strength to hold us anymore. Yeah. But we are going to, you know, die over land or something. Yeah, we're running out of speed in a hurry. There's the mountains. See how much I managed to push that with body lift. So this is gonna help us with the, you know, we F9 and then we try again attempt, because we are going to have to guess. But as long as I can clear the mountains, we should be okay. Let's test the rest of the descent here. It's not a problem of, like, you know, landing, obviously. We're at almost 3 kilometers. Oh. Let's deploy now. Okay, SAS off. Shouldn't have had it on. And then I said I was going to open this up to try and help with the landing. I'm not gonna, because it'll land there and then slam down the front, and the front could explode or something. Let's jettison the heat shield. That might have been a bad idea. We might have wanted the heat shield to hold us down. 9 meters per second. We should be okay. I can also use SAS to try and hold us a little bit more flat when we hit. And there you go. We have returned. Apparently out in the desert a little bit. The grassy desert. One of those really grassy deserts. A feeling that, I don't know. Is this correct? Do you think that this is correct? I don't think this is correct. Maybe this is, these biomes are, it's technically labeled as desert by Kerbal, but it's also not given the right kind of, the right kind of ground texture. Alright, let's, F9 one more time. You know we can get these boys down, safely. Just prove that. We're trying to get down to a very specific place. And now we know that trajectories is not gonna do any, like, special figuring stuff out for us. When it comes to, like, what's your target? Kerbal KSC. Figuring out, like, what's your final profile of your ship going to look like when you drop all of the stages or anything like that. Which is, makes it a lot less useful to us. For this particular mission. We're there? This isn't a bad place, then, to start burning it down. Instead of being halfway around the planet, this is reasonable. Let's do it. Let's get to the retrograde. In fact, F5 from here, and let's burn her down. Not the map. You. Burn her down. Trying to get to there. Overshoot to a peninsula across the sea from the KSC. Yeah. That's if you wanted to go all the way around. Don't worry about it, Pong. You're still okay. I don't like the periapsis, you know, being as nasty as it is. You know, if we're gonna do... So from here to here is where our original thing was. Now it's from here to there. I think that's reasonable. I think that's a good spot. Right there. Jermasian agrees. So we're going to try un mas one more time. Might as well save the delta V. Well, just don't use the SAS and just like twist off toward a normal and anti-normal, something like that for the jettison. Doesn't really matter that much since our trajectory isn't like perfect in any sense. But what the hell? I just don't want to waste the electricity. So when we hit the normal, we will decouple. Now, there we go. And now let's see what we look like. We are massively overshooting the KSC. I wonder if by switching to prograde, when I click that button in trajectories, where it said retrograde, prograde. Retrograde, oh my god, look at that. If we came down on our retro, we'd be perfectly there. If we go prograde, then it is more accurate to where we're heading. Interesting, okay. I'm learning all the things about this. So, we can still try and drive ourselves down here. Or I could just F9 and give it a better, because we know we're going to come down prograde, so let's F9 and do it one more time. This is my education in trajectories. The mod trajectories. Seeing what it does, what it doesn't do, how it works. How do we get over the moon all of a sudden? And last time we, well, hang on, so, head over to trajectories, target, KSC, descent, prograde is how we're going to be headed. Get rid of trajectories. And then, I think we want to get a little bit closer. Last time we had to burn, we were going to be coming down very, very fast. I would like to be above 30, you know, at or above 30 kilometers on the periapsis when we're done. So I'm gonna let us slip a little bit closer to the KSC before we start burning. Don't get too much closer, because it just seems like kind of crazy. This is almost halfway, or, you know, a quarter of a turn away. SAS off. Get to the get to the retrograde. SAS on. Right there. And let's burn it down. Okay. And so see how much, look at this. What the hell? Look at how fast we have to re-enter for this to get us down. I'm too close is the issue. It's not that I'm too fast, I'm too close. That's right. So this could be a problem. I'm gonna do that. And then we're gonna just, because I'm getting more and more information every time that we do this, so let's go ahead and spin me and toss it. Yeah, I knew that the first time. Remember when I was like, let's go around to the back and do this, so I don't have to go, and then this time I was just, you know, my brain flipped it. Let's drop this again. And let's see how that changed things, if it changed things at all. We lost a little. But that is the kind of loss that we can put back with body lift as we go. I'm just mainly concerned with the overheating issue now. Overheating is going to be a problem, but I think we can probably get this one down. If we don't explode because we're coming down so goddamn fast. Periapsis of a negative 30 instead of 30, which is what we'd usually want. Let's go ahead and warp up to Atmo. Okay, we're entering the atmosphere now. And I will just let the atmosphere, you know, right us. of its own volition. 4 times fizz. And then when we get to the here, I will use SAS to sort of stabilize. Yep. Preserving our electric charge. And yeah. See our projection there. It's looking pretty good. The only problem being, you know, the high speed at which we'll be re-entering, but maybe the body lift will help us with that as well. Okay. Looking good. Flopping a lot less than we did last time too. We were flopping in the wind a fair bit. I should probably actually get the parachute up. Okay, look at that. Look at how friggin' pretty. SAS. We're now using the SAS. Create a little bit of body lift. Push us where we're going. Okay, we've got overheating. Nothing too problematic. This one, yeah, no. Nothing too problematic. Yeah, that's the easiest way to read it. God, this game is so illegible. Okay. We're pushing. I think we're pushing. $30 kilometers. Yeah, the overheating is more aggressive this time. Still think it's okay. Okay. How are we doing? Still looking good on the overheating. Or we want to go just slightly past the KSC. Into the water. Heating not an issue. It's not a concern for us at all. Try and make sure that this is on screen for y'all, not behind anything. Yep, heating's fine. God, that's so pretty. Okay, we're getting just past it now. Just off the shore. That's what we want. Every time I do that, that's a sonic boom we're catching. Heating is actually... Wow. One of those ticks is getting pretty close. I think we're okay, though. We're going straight at our prograde now.
Cheer 100 boat is now in sight.
Boat is now in sight. Can we see it? See something. How we doing? I wanna just be dead on prograde at this point. Yeah, we're pushing out quite a bit. Set you as the target. See if we can't steer toward it. "12 kilometers, 11 kilometers. Shoot. Trying to get closer. We're still 1,400 meters in the air. We still got 400 meters per second of delta V. Okay, now I'll shoot. Because we're almost to 500 meters above the water. 7.6 kilometers away. Between the KSC and our boat. We could have actually come down nearer to the KSC if I would have wanted, but we already had the boat out there. So that was beautiful. I now know how to use trajectories. That was great. I now get it. We can jettison the heat shield for an even, nicer return. Slower. Go into the water, upright. Are we buoyant enough to not get lost under the water? Looks like we're okay. Hopefully. I don't know. Yeah, we're good. We did it. And I'm happy to call that the one and have to drive 7.5 kilometers back toward us to get here. F5? F5. We're here. What? There we go. Couldn't quick save while we were moving. Now we'll just switch out to the other craft because it's so close. That would be an excellent goal, to land so near your recovery craft that you can just hit a button and tab on over to it. Alright, Phil Bear, Bill Kerman, Brent Geary, y'all just chill out here. We're coming. We are coming to pick you up. I just gotta go grab a boat and drive over. Rescue boat ready for pickup. We needed the money too. Hopefully this whole thing pays out pretty well. Let's head over to the White Whale, which is our ship. We've got already at sea, ready to swoop in and tow these guys back to shore. And go ahead and throttle up. The White Whale, helmed by Simone Richard. I wish I would have named her after somebody from chat before we got to this point. We're heading toward the Stooges, Mark 1. Give me surface speed. Should put flashing lights on it. We can turn our lights on. But we don't need them in the day. And now the question will be, do we have to, like, drive through the chop in order to get there, or can I ride along the surface of the waves and make some real speed? Looks like we're able to make some real speed. See if we'll hang on to it. Rubber Ducky says, I think I made a boat just like that in Stormworks. Hey! Stormworks. I made that video about Stormworks, but it was still in beta. I hope it encouraged them to, you know, to make a killer game. I haven't been back, so... How is it, Rubber Ducky? You like Stormworks? What is it? Stormworks something something. There's a subtitle to it, I remember. Something and Rescue. Stormworks Beck and Rescue. At that point in the game, they had missions, they had stuff, and none of it was either rescue or whatever the other thing it claimed to be. And it was smelling a little bit too much like Kerbal, like they were just gonna make their simulator and then not have considered not get the missions working. I was worried about it. Build and rescue, there it is. Thank you, Rebecca. Alright, this is... If I'm going to get there as fast as we can, I need to turn off a little bit. So I can ride the waves. Ride the tops of the waves. Get up to max top speed. Top speed would be 30 meters per second. We're not going to hit 30, but we could be doing this all at 25 anyway. It's entirely up to the sea, you know, the chop. Whether or not we can cruise along with speed or not. Incidentally, we do, look at that, 27 meters per second. There we go. Incidentally, we do have cameras here. Oh, number one of our cameras is we can look through the eyes of the Kerbal who's steering the ship. Ah? That's a pretty cool view. There. Another one of our cameras is actually just a camera. It's at the top of our mizzen mast. Is it the mizzen mast? It's a mast of some kind. And then we've got the one that shows back. I actually like this. This is pretty cool. It went a bit like KSP. Introduced missions as your chief way to make money. Do the missions make sense, and do they live up to the premise? You know, that was my thing. It was very early days when I did my review, but Stormworks Build and Rescue had no Stormworks in it, and it opened on a series of missions that had nothing to do with rescue, and you know, it's like, please don't just do the Kerbal thing and make like a mission generator that doesn't make any, that doesn't, you know, have a progression to it, doesn't have a difficulty arc, doesn't train the player as you come on by playing. Lost interest after the first few missions, as whatever that sounds about. So, you know, that's what I was worried about. That's why I criticized it heavily in my early gameplay review, and it sounds like I knew where it was headed. You know, and it's not, I wasn't criticizing to be right, I was criticizing to, you know, hopefully get them to realize that just making their little physicsy sandbox simulator was the beginning of the job. And then you turn it into something that people, you know, want to play. And then comes the game design. Having a physics sandbox is the beginning of something. Unless it's not. Unless it's just going to be a physics sandbox like certain things that are just physics sandboxes. My problem is when you start selling your game as... You start selling your sandbox as a game. You start selling it as though it's going to be... You know, it's got missions and progression and that kind of thing, and then there's no game design to it. There's no... You just made a physics sandbox and then tacked a mission generator onto it. That's not... You've actually made it worse, in my opinion, than if you just do a physics sandbox. And you're just straight, and you hands off and say, listen, it's just a physics sandbox, it's a simulator, it's all we tried to... That's all we wanted to make, that's all we tried to make. Then you look at it in that context and you say, okay, then that's what it is. But when you show up like Kerbal did with a lot of mechanics that are telling us that, no, we want it to be a game, and then it's not, how am I supposed to judge? Got some decent speed. I'll be eager here to see how the... Actually, are you even... You're just a pilot. Bill is an engineer. he might not have the right levels for Kerbal, for the Kerbal attachments to KAS. I don't know how KAS works. We're learning a lot today about the mods. About the mods that I've got here. I really like this view. This is great. And I can look around in it too. I can, you know, I can turn the Kerbal's head, and then when I stop right-clicking, Kerbal looks back forward. This is cool. This is very cool for the little bike seats. And this, what gives us this? I feel like the mod that gives us this is Hullcam VDS. Comes with a bunch of cameras which add a bunch of alternate views, and some of those views, they're default views for your docking ports, but also you get a default view out of any Kerbal's eyes. Just 1 kilometer of chop between us and the victims. I mean, astronauts. Again, having trouble getting up speed because we're just into the chop. Yeah, I tried to pull up there and get the SAS on our side, but it just caused us to slam down in the chop even harder. We'll turn a little bit like this and see if we can't. You know what I feel the need for in Kerbal Space Program right now? A horn. Say I don't install like part adding mods. Right now I could use a let the astronauts know we're coming. 500 meters out. We don't want them like straight ahead of us, because I could absolutely run right over them. 125 meters in front of us. The thing is, like, in order to get the air that the Weasley needs to move at all, you gotta go full throttle to start. And then the Weasley will start to push you a little bit. There we go. Once we get over 2, then I can sort of pull back. Just ease up on them. Okay. Full stop. Hit the brakes. And let's see where we are. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, F5. We brought one vessel to the other vessel. So now there's a couple of different ways we could go about this. One of them would be we could try and scoop them up into the white whale's mouth here. Great white whale, name of our ship. You think they'd fit? It'd be a lot to try and gobble. I think what we do is we pull up a little bit closer next to them. I'll leave that open, and in fact I'll also lower our gangplank walk, whatever that's going to be called. What are you doing? Open. Look like it got stuck in a middle position. Okay. So we've got that open. I'm going to get real close, and I'm going to have each Kerbal, like, swim over. And then we'll see what we can do about, like, getting the
This was a triumph.
The craft itself.
I'm making a note here. Huge success.
Yeah, you know what? This is close enough. We're switching vessels. F5. And the pilot will be the last one to leave. So Brent Geary, actually Bill Kerman, you lead the way. You're an engineer. There is no EVA for Bill Kerman. Activate a hatch. Is there no EVA for any of these pilots? Like, yeah, you can do this. We can transfer them through the hull. We can do that. I've got those features. So I guess the pilot does have to go out first. Phil Bear. Okay, Phil. Incidentally, the water looks like this. Like, it looks so blurry and stuff because I'm using temporal anti-aliasing. Which I like the look of in every circumstance except for this one. So, yeah. Let's get you on board. I'm a little concerned, like I think... Uh-oh. What? Fuck off. I just clicked out of the goddamn thing again, because Kerbal Space Program doesn't lock your fucking mouse to them. I'm a little concerned with the lack of seating. This guy's a pilot, so he can take the other seat. And then we switch back to you two. And I should be able to transfer crew. Bill Kerman, transfer to this seat. And then now Bill can EVA. I like that he was walking underwater from him. Bill has to hook up the craft for tow, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he'll be able to do it because of, like, engineering levels and career mode and these mods. I'm worried. I don't know. I don't know what the requirements are. There you go, Bill. Run. He tripped. And he tripped again. Okay, don't run. Every time I try and make him run, he falls over. Okay, some of the times when I don't try and make him run, he falls over. Alright. Helmet off. Can I take your helmet off? We could take a surface sample. We'll leave that for the scientist. Lower visor, remove helmet. Oh, there. It's remove helmet. You read it, and then you're still like, I don't know. Yeah. So these are grip strips. Is that enough for you to be left alone? We could use some more seating on the boat. And now, one more time, transfer crew, Brent Geary to the front, and now you can EVA. Oh, Jesus. Look at the ship. That's a hell of a keel. And Bill is about to fall back into the drink. Boy, if Kerbal wasn't so dedicated to their little bullshit animations, we could just be like moving forward while I'm holding move forward. But it's got to play the whole animation every time. Big keel. And then Bill's not going to be on board anymore after this. Alright! Can remove your helmet. Jesus Christ. And again, I'm right-clicking outside of fucking Kerbal Space Program. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This game, though. Game? Yeah, you're right. Alright, scientist. Go ahead and take a surface sample from the water. Very humid sample. You hope the equipment has been properly waterproofed. Excellent. And in fact, we can go ahead and observe mystery goo while the scientist is here. Yeah. And then collect the data from it and restore it. Alright. Alright. Why don't you step up into whatever this area would be called. And then we can also log temperature. We can log the pressure data. And we can log the seismic data. Except for that it can't be done right now, so there's no reason for that to exist on this craft. Okay. Take the data out. Take the data out. Scientists got all that data. Good work. You just hang out here. Bill, are you still on the ship? Still on the ship. Good. Good. Wait. Bill? Bill? Good. Okay. So, if we're going to be able to tow the bridge, thank you. If we're going to be able to tow, extend cable, release cable. What about these bars? Is there something you can do with these bars? You can extend, you can park up, down, you can park forward. Park it forward. Okay. Attached to a vessel, link mode undocked. Extend to max. So there's a tow bar, which would probably be helpful. Let's retract to min, park it down again, and what you're gonna do, Bill, is you're gonna go out and attach, if you can, a cable hook. Yeah. So how do I do that? Both of you open. You have an inventory. It's full. Is there any empty location? There is some empty space in the hull down here. How close do I have to be? Because walking down here sucks. I think there's empty space down here. But then again, it might not be empty because of, like, volume and weight and shit. Yeah, walking around down here sucks, as I may have mentioned. Okay, Bill Kerman. Just gonna pin you up here while you flop around. Thank you. I want this. Yep, that's what I wanted to happen there. When I clicked on it, I wanted you to drag. I want this and there. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't just drop it. Can't just drop it. What about that? Put you in there? Nope. I need empty inventory space to be able to something, etc. and so forth, apparently. How am I gonna get there? You got inventory? You do. So, Bill swims back over, puts his jetpack in there in order to make room for him to be able to carry something. It's annoying, but it should get the job done. Yeah! He did a half gainer. I don't know what a gainer is. I don't know what makes it half of one. But he did. Bill, why are you sinking, Bill? Bill? Why do you not float? Bill. Bill, put the helmet back on, Bill. Okay, he's coming up. It's fine, I guess. I don't know why you're this... Can I... From here? I can. Alright, good. Let's head back to the ship. That made you a lot lighter. Getting rid of the jetpack, the monoprop pack. Now we reboard. There isn't like a different camera that I could use that wouldn't be this awful, is there? That'd be great. Oh, wait. Actually... I should be able to look through Bill Kerman's eyes. Yeah. This is way better. Oh my god. This is horrific. Never mind. This game's camera. It was designed for exactly one scenario. Take your helmet off, Bill. Okay, we've almost made it. Back to sanity. Get up there! Oh, thank God. Okay. We made it back to sanity, but only momentarily. Good God, with the keel on the ship. It's not in here. It's one of these. And so we want one of those. Thank you. Bill, step on this side. Maybe you can flatten out the ship a little bit there. Yeah, so we've got now a cable hook. So we're going to place the cable hook on it, and then Bill's going to have to come back through. I'll just swim to the back next time, I think, and hope that is good enough. But let's go see if we're not allowed to install... Oh, great jump, Bill. We're not allowed to install a cable hook. I don't know how. Let's remove the neck ring, too. How would I, with something like that? I'm just gonna click on it. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Right click just shows me information about it. We've got no KAS specific options on Bill Kerman. Maybe if I'll close it and reopen it, because now he's holding something that has a... No. Kerbal attachment system. Need to open KAS on the sidebar. I'm looking for it. Doesn't look like it's available in this scene. Advanced fly-by-wire, button priority, click through, crew manifest, engine light relit, minimum ambient lighting, patch manager, quick mute, toolbar controller trajectories, and TUFX are all the things that I'm allowed to futz with here. What are you? You're Chatterer. And I don't see anything that is KAS. Keyboard shortcuts? I don't know what they would be. We pull open ungoogled Chromium, I guess. And, Kerbal attachment system. There's demonstration media, any sort of basic instructions, video, active tow bar, winch demonstration, refueling vessel. I really would just like a couple of words to give me an idea of, like, keys to press. Control is not here. I'm gonna just turn that off because that's getting a little bit in my head. If we have to look this stuff up, winch demonstration. If I've got to, the 2.5 minute thing. You've already got the winch on there. You grab the winch, you attach it to yourself.
Cheer 10 the crane hook button by the Delta 5 button.
Crane hook by the Delta V button. Close this down, minimize. F6. Okay. Is this just a built-in system for their inventory management, and then Kerbal attachment system, like, does something, integrates? I mean, I've got that. Right click, not doing anything there. Tool place. Place tool. Aha! Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I am able to place it. Now, if only it would be steady for even a moment. Well, that's as good as we can do, apparently. Okay, so into here allows you to place something we've placed. We've attached it. And now I'm going to swim to the back of the ship, because I don't want to have to go through the ship again. That's just a nightmare. I'm going to swim to the back of the ship. I'm going to grab the winch. In fact, no, I am going to go into the hellacious location here, because we have a winch in here, and we might be able to pull this into the mouth of the ship. I think we're going to be better off if we attach it to the rear, actually. Yeah. So let's play with that. Also, I've never seen, like, the tow bar used, and what we can do, what I'm trying to do, is explore KAS right now by, we'll tow the vessel to us, and then we'll see about these tow bars. You know? We'll use the winch to pull each other to each other. Okay, there's the winch. And then open winches GUI. Grab connector. Okay. I presume physics will let me just go through shit. Yeah. God, the camera system is just awful. Mount the mini jet engine on the boat for maneuvering thrusters. An idea for information. That's... We do have SAS that I could use to maneuver. I actually could. Oh god. Heh. Heh. I gotta get lucky here. I gotta click on the right click on the correct spot while the camera and the thing itself are jumping around. I presume I have to right click on the spot. Yeah. I got it. Cable hook. Now what? and here's the winch. Back to that video. Now what? You walk over, you right click. Wait. You right click and you're getting an option that says attach connector. Does the winch not attach to the cable hook? I mean, what the fuck is a winch and a hook? And you're not telling me that. You're not telling me that. I've got the cable hook up. I've got the winch. I'm only using 20 meters of the 80 meters. Stretched, attached. Highlight the winch in the scene. Start retracting. I'm right here. I'm gonna walk up on the vessel. Crane button again? To what end? We just watched the thing show how we're supposed to hook a winch up to a thing. Tool place, exit construction mode. I think it's just supposed to right click and cable hook there. I think maybe this winch doesn't go with this cable hook or something, and boy, did people take inspiration from Squad at making things unintuitive. I've just used a winch with a hook, but I'm not getting a hook overlay. The video says come to it, right click on it, and then use it, but it's not. So I can attach the other part. I had the other part. I have it on the ship. I could have grabbed that one if I knew that that was what I needed to grab, but oh, I should have kept that up. That was so hard to click on. I should have kept it up. So they just kind of fucked me. Is, you know, like there's some kind of nonsense between like, well, this winch can't connect to that cable hook is my best guess. Pin might need to be refreshed. I mean, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the other connector that I can get into my pockets. And then we'll come back and we'll try again. That'd be so hard to do. Like, just getting a single right click on that, too, is not easy in water here. And, of course, entering the ship is horrendous. The ship looks cool, though, right? It's not... may not be functional, but that's not my fault as the as the maker of the ship. Alright, come on over. And so the other thing is one of these. So, not the winch, but the Kerbal. You, give me one of these. And there you go. And so now we can also attach a joint socket. Look at how much distance he gets if you hit that just right. Oh god. Zoom out. And then joint socket. There. And now right click the joint socket. Attach connector. What the fuck is wrong with this system then? Cable hook. What the hell's the point of the cable hook? You can't attach a winch to anyway, attach connector. There you go. Attach to the connector. And now Bill just needs to get back on the ship to operate the winch, although I'm pretty sure we could just do it from right here, but, you know, we're role-playing a little bit. Why are you sinking again, Bill? You have just become, if anything, lighter than you've been in quite a while, son. What if I just stay out here and I walk blindly? We'll monitor Bill's progress from his thing there. This is the best way to do it.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
That was much better. In fact, at this point, we should probably monitor here. Alright, Bill. William. Let's open the winch's GUI, because I feel like it'll give me more control, like finer control. Start retracting the cable, or retract the cable. I feel like this will do a little bit. And it's pulling it in, but I think we need to adjust the ship's orientation. So I'm going to switch over to controlling the ship, and we're going to turn our SAS unit, which is back here, to reaction wheels normal. And then, what am I controlling right now? I am controlling the ship, aren't I? So with reaction wheels normal, I really should be able to rotate the ship. You can see the yaw that I'm pulling right now and not getting much. We're gonna need a bigger boat. I'm pretty sure I should be able to do this. Am I doing it? Like, but slowly? It looks like it is getting better, doesn't it? But slowly. Alright. Hey, this is how it goes. Oh good, Bill's back in the fucking water. Wonderful. Man overboard! We can't. We can regenerate all that electricity. We are slowly but surely turning the craft. This might be enough. This might be enough. I'm going to turn SAS on. I'm going to try and... I'm just going to tell it to hold us flat, for fuck's sake. And then Bill... Bill, what have you done, son? I'm going to need to make them a scuba... scuba costume, you know? For a Kerbal texture replacer. After all this. Come on over. Not the resource transfer, but well, we've got the winch GUIs already open. What am I doing? So, pull it in. Alright, you know what? This is an awful view. In fact, let's do it from here. Winch. I mean, realistically, it should pull the ship and It should pull both of them toward each other, basically. Right? Okay, that's gotten it pretty close. I think what I want to do now is pull the ship away a little. Fire up the engines. And that'll get it behind us properly. And then we winch it in. Okay, ship though, could you lean there? That's the lean I want at you. Diver is abandoned too. We just leave him back there. He's fine. He knows what to expect. And so now at this point, I'm curious about the function of the tow arm. We've got one tow arm that's right here. Bill, why are you swimming underwater again, buddy? Why do you do that to me? Hmm? Shift, space, nothing controls... Nothing really controls this Bill. I have to just wait for him to float back to the surface. And it's nonsense. He's as light as he's ever been. All he's got in his pockets is a fucking parachute. It's just Kerbal Space Program being randomly unexplainable. I think it's decided that the surface of the water is angled for some reason. And so he's always swimming down more than forward. I don't know. And now we wait. And now we fucking wait. Maybe if I go out and come back to you, you'll stop being an idiot. It's like he's not even going forward, he's just going down. Look at this. I mean, I love that we could do a scuba diver themed thing here, Bill. But I'm not, this isn't helping us. I need control over my Kerbal. This is, you know, welcome to Kerbal Space Program. Jump? Yeah, no, it wasn't doing anything. Space, shift, anything that you would think would drive you up was not affecting a goddamn thing. So I think this one would be the one to try and, let's see, I can't park it that way, but maybe I could. I'm worried now. I'm gonna F5 because you're right in front of the thing. So there you go. You're close enough now, Bill. Park forward. Attached to a vessel. Are you attached to the vessel? I can no longer really interact with it, which is weird. I can't extend it? What? Select a compatible socket or press escape? I don't understand. Extend to max. Attached to a vessel. I see. Okay, it needs a compatible socket. So if I release the cable at this point... Release the cable at this point. No. Alright, here. If I detach connector... And then you can go ahead and just retract... No, retract utterly. And then... If you... Fuck. Right click. Attach to vessel. Okay. There we go. I had to defeat like a collision circumstance, but we got it. And now... Is there like something I can do to make it looser, or... Because you've got a very specific grab on this thing, is what I would say. Link mode undocked. Link mode docked. What's the difference between docked and undocked? I don't much know. Bill? As awful as it is to... Oh, there you go. Hey. I might just, like, reboard you in here. 'Cause, yeah. But can I? Be bored. Okay, and you took me into his view for some reason. There we go. So now there's build. Now everybody's attached to the same vessel. There's one Kerbal who's loose, and it's her. And honestly, you're gonna have to get back in there too. Yeah. Because we don't have enough seating on the craft. But I think we might have just, like, you know, solved the... We got it. We're attached. We've got a tow bar. I think we might be able to drive this thing home. F5. And then, yeah, you're gonna... Well, you can stand there for a moment, because Bill Kerman, I need to transfer you. Transfer crew. Transfer... So you don't want to transfer crew. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I had just F5.
Danger, Will Robinson! Danger! No, Will Robinson! Danger!
F9. I F5'd just before we started that, so all of our progress is fine. Should have this Kerbal Femme standing on the back of the thing at the top and waiting and all that kind of stuff. That's where I F5'd. Alright, let's try this again and see if everything explodes. Again. Transfer crew. Transfer. Bill Kerman's now in the back there. And now I switch over to you and jump you into the drink. And looking for you to be able to board. Drive you down a little. I am spamming the B button in case for any frame it allows me to actually like get to... There we go. Okay. Everybody's on board now. Frank Geary, Bill Kerman, Phil Bear, and Simone Richard. Everyone is on board. F5. And now let's see if we can't just go back. If we can't just go home. There's no other vessels here. So there's the island airstrip. We're heading back to the KSC. Over there. let's fire her up. F5 again. Go ahead. Looks like it's a loose enough connection. Definitely getting some weird camera behaviors. Okay, but we've got... Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just take it a little bit slower, I guess. Maybe we wanted a rigid tow bar. I don't know. Looking for the shoreline. Okay, we need to control from somewhere is the issue, I think. An issue, anyway. Get me out of here. I need to control from point. We've got... Alright, stop. Fucking stop. We need to control from point. And there is one right back here. Yeah? Okay. The Octo 2. And then command. Control from here. Thank you. And now... Wow, how close are we to... No, this is where we're... That's right, we're just pointing in the right direction. Give me a Kerbal's eyes. Well, actually, we'll start with this. Go ahead and close the gangway. I mean, I guess we can. Sure. Okay. Kerbal's eyes. Kerbal's eyes. Can I steer now? We're just not making the speed yet. It's okay, that's the nature of the Weasley. Gotta get a little bit lucky and catch enough wind in order to get the Weasley actually firing at full throttle. 1.6, come on. Come on, pick it up. There we go. She's taking the wind. It's just like any ship. You gotta catch the wind with your sails, you know? Yeah, we're being yanked around a little bit. I don't know about these tow bars. I'm not sure that this is the best way to go. I feel like maybe the winch would have been... Just leaving it on the winch would have been a better way. If we switch to the rear view... then everything can explode for no particular reason. Wow. Look at the way that it exploded, too. Stuff all over the place. I guess some of it is wings, so... F9. So maybe the tow bar isn't the way to go. Maybe we leave it on the winch. It can hang out far behind us. I think it might even still be considered as a separate object. So it'll have its own physics and containment and stuff. That might be what we want to do here. Link mode docked. Link mode undocked. That could also be an issue. Now that's interesting. Now I can just control this vessel. And now can I switch to the other? Ah, if it's not in docked mode, then it's a separate thing. That might be a big deal. Yeah, and now it's just Phil, Bear, and Simone. Let's try towing it with just this. Actually, wait a second. The other thing that would be nice would be if it were extended. So that there's a bit more gap between us and them. Max extension. So switching over to that vessel, and then transferring Bill Kerman. Can't actually. Never mind. Cancel. Transfer... Brent Geary has to step into the back so that Bill Kerman can step into the front so that Bill Kerman can exit the vehicle, and as an engineer, I don't know if it's important that he's an engineer or not, but he is one. Now he can at any point stop humping the ship. Boy, I am... Oh, you were hanging on to it, I see. Okay, thank you. Thanks for everything, Bill. Can we not, using you, go to like full extension? Or is this full extension? This one's telescoping over here, this one. No. Alright, let's try disconnect vessels. Let's try extend to max. It was extended to max. And then we'll attach to a vessel, and it's that. There you go. Alright, so I guess that's the best situation that we can get unless we switch over to the other tow bar. And maybe we should. Maybe we should. Let's try that. Let's try switching to the other tow bar. Disconnect vessels. And then retract to minimum, park down, and now this one is what we're going to use. It'll give us more of a gap between us and it. So, park forward, extend to max, attach to a vessel. There you go. It seems like it kind of matters how far away they are when they attach or something. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's going to give me all of that extension that we wanted. Shall we try towing with the winch instead? Is that a possible thing? Let's try this tow bar in this mode, which we haven't tried before, and see if that works out. So now all I need is for Bill Kerman, who was previously a big fan of just swimming straight down, to find your way back aboard this vessel. So I'm going to swim you in such a way as to force you under the ship. And then hitting B the whole time. No? Nothing? Fucking nothing? Wonderful. Can I switch to you? You've got your own SAS if you've got any electric left. Are we in undocked mode, incidentally, would be a good question to ask. Yeah, link mode. No, now it's in undocked mode. Now we just gotta get Bill onto the craft. Well, that's climb. That's close to something. I'm hitting B constantly. Nope. That's Bill. So there's only 2 vessels here. This isn't right then. Let's go back to the other mode. Okay, you gotta be near the base of it. Undocked. Now there should be 2 vessels. And I should be able to control them individually, and I can. And I will transfer Brent Geary to the front. Now you're captain, now you're pilot. We do have electric charge, we also have reaction wheels, so I should be able to move us. But I can't. Okay. Transfer crew. Back to the rear. Back over to Bill Kerman. That's not Bill Kerman. Swim under it, Bill. And then just be spamming the B button for if at any point it gives me the option to board. I don't know what that option was. I think it was probably just to climb, but I was spamming B the entire time. Ah! Oh, damn. Yes. Yes. No. This is weird. It's like he goes down when he comes toward me and up when he goes away, so I'm gonna go away. He's not making any fucking distance now. Now, there we go. There we go. He was so low. Bill. I wasn't touching it. I wasn't. Because we were on fuck. There we go. Fucking goddamn this fucking piece of shit game. Fuck Squad. Fuck Rover Max. Fuck whoever the fuck made this fucking piece of shit. Fuck these fucking cunts. Oh, okay. Just had to get that out. Holy fucking shit. F5. Can't. Now I can. Okay. Let's give it another try. See if we can't get this thing back to base now. Triflistic posting. No luck. Alright. Fire it up. We are at full throttle. The ship is actually potentially blocking the craft's ability to create thrust. Here's our engine. Requirements met are 71%. It just needs a little bit of forward momentum is all that needs to happen. But it needs like 1.6 meters per second, not 0.3. We're trying to make thrust. We're making electric charge anyway. We are restoring our batteries. And that, considering that, maybe, is our SAS in normal mode? You note that there's no hashtag here on the Weasley, even though there's a number thing here, but there is one over here. It's the chef's kiss of game design. Reaction wheels are in normal mode, not just SAS only. Have Philbear swing the tow bar out. I don't... I don't think there's a way to do anything with the tow bar other than connect it to another thing. It's been very disappointing so far, Kerbal attachment system. The tow bars, anyway, have been like, isn't this precisely what they're made to do? No? Okay. Yeah, we're not making any distance. Can Phil Bear do the job? Listen, it's nighttime now. We can turn the lights on. Can Phil Bear do the job so that Bill doesn't have to get out again? Because God for fucking bit, I have to get Bill out and back in one more time in this shitty fucking game made by cunts, as we have established. Leave seat. Oh, that's not open? That's not closed, rather? Can you, or does it take an engineer? Looks like you can do things. So I'm gonna disconnect the vessels. Because the tow bars are not quite, right? So let's park you down, and let's retract you to min, and then let's go back to the cable. Grab the connector, and then we just gotta attach it to the joint socket. Attach connector, and then we'll just kind of leave it well back. I had to climb for a moment. I'd love to just climb back on board the ship as opposed to having to go around to the front of it. Yeah! Oh, Phil Bear, MVP by just doing something competently. Bill is just awful. That's the problem. That's the real problem. Bill is just horrific. So now, with the winch, fuck the engine, with the winch, my idea would be to extend the cable, leave you about 5-6 meters of I guess I'm going 6. There goes 6 meters of play behind us, and then we'll see. I guess, yeah, I could leave it. I could just all fucking extend it all. Well, not all, but 10 meters. 10 meters of play. 11 meters of play behind us, and now go. Fire it up. Yeah. Just a soft, a loose thing is so much better. Clearly so much better than a rigid tow bar. I guess rigid tow bars maybe for space? What are the situations that I should be considering? Actually, I'm gonna stop the engine. I'm gonna stop the boat. And I'm gonna F5. Okay, and now we're gonna go, because it seems like we've got things working. We've got a solution that could function in the long run now. Now I just need to figure out where the shore is. Ah! There it is. Get up some speed. We break past 1.6, the Weasley will kick in. Weasley is the most efficient engine we had available for this kind of thing, by the way, at at sea level to do this sort of a deal. This was it. This was as good as it gets. And now, just watch back there. Point our mast at the shoreline and go. I don't know. Wonder how fast we're going to be able to do. SAS. You're pulling off to one side there. You can see the KSC there. So... should be it. And then... okay, there's no other vehicle. Wait. The White Whale, and then there's the Stooges. So, yeah, I am switching vehicles, and then what I would like to do is see what you guys see from in there. Not you, but you. Unbuckled. There you go. There's your view. Re-enter the seat. Okay. Out. Other vehicle. Cameras. Am I still headed toward the... nope. We keep getting pulled off to one side. Can't imagine why that would happen. We're just dragging something behind us awkwardly. So it's a slow tow back to shore, but you know, it'll get us there eventually, maybe. What about like Kerbal's eyes? Yeah, there you go. Can you keep this thing headed straight is my question. Oh, yeah, and we got one in each seat. And then we've got, you know, good old whatever the fuck this is mode. Nope, we need to continue heading toward the shore without banking off to the... I suppose I could trim it. I could turn SAS off and just use trim for this. Would probably work. So how far from the shore are we? That far. We're gonna get her back to the shore. Listen, we did all this work. No matter how long it takes to get it, as long as it doesn't explode on me. We're gonna pull this thing back to the shoreline. That's why I created this craft, and she's doing the job. Oh, well, this is why we're going so slow. Somebody left the mouth open. No, that is not why we're going so slow. Increase our aerodynamicism here in the water. Can't quick save while we're moving over the surface. I would like to quick save, though, because after I quick save, I want to try 2x fizz warp. So I'm locking down the engine, giving us to a halt here. Okay, we quick saved with whatever progress we had made. So as inconvenient as a you know, lifting arm, a tow arm would have been for us to be able to, like, grab onto the vessel, pick it up, lift it, and put it onto the back of the ship. If we did that and then attached it to, like, a tow bar to make it, like, a docked just part of us where it doesn't move at all, that would have been more convenient, certainly. And we would be able to go faster in the water, too. Although we're hitting 11 meters per second. This is not bad. Up to 12 while we're towing the damn thing. This is okay. But we did this so that I could try fizz warp. It's definitely a little spooky to even try it. But it is working. I'm mainly afraid now that the shoreline's gonna creep right up on us, you know? I'm also not entirely sure where the KSC is anymore. Just headed to the shoreline. Can you say this KSC, Phil? I'm seeing pretty much what you're seeing, Simone. Okay. It looks like we're headed straight at it. There's something shimmering up there. It's probably the KSC. Just keep heading toward that hard mountain ridge line in the sky. Should be that white circle. Oh, that's right. Like where we dock, where we spawn in the water is marked as well. But this is 2 times Fizz, so we should be making some pretty good time now. I mean, it's 6 meters per second. Don't need the joint socket anymore, huh? The reason I did that was so I could do this. I got them reversed though. This one's on this side. This one's on this side. What do you think of my space program, huh? We fly around the world for 3 days or so, and then splash back in the drink right off of the shore of the KSC. Pick it up with a boat. Haul everybody back in. This is a space program. Shore is getting pretty close at this point. It's how it feels to me, anyway. I think we're supposed to be parked up over there, if anything. Let's go ahead and come out of Fist Warp, because I think the shore is pretty damn imminent. Should I beach the craft? Really need to put a lighthouse out here. Need to modify the craft with extra seats, definitely that. This boat needs some extra seats to it. I'm pretty sure this is the shore. Yeah, that's the shoreline. So, I'm killing the engine. And then we're gonna F5. As soon as it lets us. There we go, we've F5'd. And now, let's try and pull right up on shore. At 1 meter per second would be fine by me. We'll do half throttle just to make sure that I don't suddenly pick up enough thrust to go flying onto the shore. 1 meter per second. Closing this gap. Let's see how shallow it gets real quick here. Take it easy. We can, however, fizz warp it a little. Really need a dock, you know? Could use a dock. Harbor. Build a truck to carry it back to the VAP would be next. Let's transfer. Transfer the vessel. Okay, I've gone full throttle. So that I can do this. Yeah, we're pretty close to the shore here. There you go. We found the shoreline. Uh-oh. No. Before I do anything, maybe F5? Do I F5 from here? This is pretty messed up. I can recover, so I think I'll just go ahead and F5. And then I'm going to try and uncapsize this here. Nope. 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 Oh, no. I don't think we're going to be able to flip that over. But it's right up there. It's right on the shore now. I'm gonna F9. I'm afraid to F9, honestly. I think if I F9 to where we weren't completely capsized, the fact that the ship is kind of upside down and kind of, I think we just recover everything at this point. I think we recover all of the things and we call it a successful mission. What do you guys think? This is their view from underwater looking forward. Running out of air too. They're not even wearing the helmets. Let's recover. So will this recover both vessels? The Stooges is considered its own vessel. Okay. Then can we release the cable from here? I mean, detach the connector. And then retract the cable. Okay. So we're going to recover each of these separately. Connector locked. Brilliant. So we'll recover the ship first. Successful mission is what we'll call that. And see how much money we got back from that? Oh, and look, we got, I don't know, we got a lot of money, actually. Why did we get so much money? From recovering our parts? 60,000 in funds recovered from parts. Yeah, I guess it does cost a lot to put a ship to sea. Alright. And all that liquid fuel that we were carrying, too. And then we recovered these people. Our pilot, or no, Phil Bear, Yeah, who was our pilot in space, has advanced to level 1 because they orbited the planet. We have a level 1 pilot. The boat was expensive, yeah. And now, to the tracking station. And the Stooges. We recover you as well. Are you sure you want to recover this vessel? Yes, of course. Well, wait a second, though. Shall I go out and fly it and then recover? Let's fly it and then recover it. I don't know why. It just feels right. It feels weird to just click recover from the tracking station. Did all this work to drag these fellows back to shore. God, I was terrified when it was blipping like that everything was just going to explode. Bill Kerman, Brent Geary, ready to come ashore with the science, by the way. So, recover the craft. And now this will have brought quite a bit of science in for us. 158.5 science was earned. The parts we've recovered are worth $15,000. That rocket only cost us like $26,000 to put up. So by recovering this close to the pad, I presume, does it tell us like 100% value? Parts resource recovered, landed at KSC docks, 100% value. Awesome. I didn't realize that it would count being at the docks, and both of them for orbiting the planet have gone up to level 1. Brilliant. Okay. So a lot of money comes back in, but now we get to actually pay ourselves for the mission. That was day 62. Our mission ended on day 62. We're not allowed to go off-world again until 1476. Day 76 is when we'll need that. But we get to pay ourselves now. So, this is the calculator for this kind of thing. It was a science mission. We could call it exploration, but it was science. We went up there to get the science. Good night, peace out, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us, Triflistic. Science mission, physical science return. Yeah, we brought everything back that we took except for... Did we do a... Yeah, except for the... I'm going to call this a physical science return, absolutely. Crewmen required... The mission required all 3 crewmen. It was our first 3 crew to space. So, 3 of those. Spheres of influence or biomes? None. Because we only went to LKO. I mean, we could say we went to the ocean. I think that's unfair. No exacting or exotic orbits. Extra crafts in the group. For the sake of recovery, we did build a boat. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to give myself credit for having built a boat. The entire last live stream was just experimenting with boats. And was it a milestone mission? It absolutely was, because it was our first Kerbal sent to space. So, the base payout for it is $50,000. We get a 100% bonus, bring it up to $100,000, and then we get an extra $30,000 because it was a physical science return, and that's the bonus for that. No? I don't know what the stat. We get $20,000 for that, and then an extra $10,000 because it was a science mission. So $130,000 is what this mission pays us, and I think that's fair. It's a big milestone mission to send your first Kerbals to space, and we brought back all that science physically, returned it. Yeah, it's reasonable to pay ourselves $130,000 for that. So we get into Alt F12, and we head over to the cheats, and we say 100,000, and then 30,000 I should end on 59,000. That's what I should end on. 259,610. Thank you. 259,610. Back up to 250,000 in this program. And just to remind anybody that's just looking, we don't get contracts from Gene Kerman. Gene doesn't have contracts for us. I have disabled contracts from Gene Kerman. We make the missions, we pay ourselves, we have a system for paying ourselves, and that's the only place the money comes from. That, and the game does give you some money for your milestones and stuff like that. But we don't take missions from Gene Kerman, we make them up ourselves. So, how long we been here now? 5 hours. 5 hours. Is that a lot? Our last live stream was 7 hours long. Building that boat. You know, it seems like we didn't do much today, but we made the vessel, we made the rocket, we sent them to orbit. They've orbited 3 times, and then we went out and towed them using Kerbal attachment system home. So yeah, we did do a lot today. Hire a new trainee, upgrade the complex here. So the astronaut complex we could upgrade so that they can do EVAs next time. I don't think I want to spend money until we're like, now we need that, you know, kind of a thing. I want to hang on to the money until we know what we absolutely need it for. We can't get anything new out of the R&D center because it all costs 300 science at this point, although we're very close. A little bit more science, another scientific mission should do it. And the next scientific mission I would have in mind would be, one of them is to just do a flyby of the moon and send something solar, you know? Pure science. I mean, that's really how science was done. Rocketry speaking, was stuff like, let's just shoot it at the moon, have a bunch of cameras and sensors on it, and we'll get real close to the moon, we'll pass by the moon, we'll go solar, we'll, you know, and then as far as it can go, and we'll collect data, and we'll see what we get back. So that's one of my ideas. The other idea is to do an impact test. Fire something at the surface of the moon and with a curb cam on it and watch through the curb cam as we get closer and closer and closer. Fly to the pole and collect science. I mean, we're very near the poles at Woomerang already, so it wouldn't be that hard. I guess that would be a good reason to, like, launch a plane from... Yeah, we could launch a plane using the launch pad from Woomerang, right? Not the launch pad, rather, the airstrip. We could turn that airstrip into a spawnable airstrip and then be able to launch a plane at the Woomerang site and then fly to the poles, and it could be like a little one-seater, a little kind of... In fact, I'll tell you what. As a closer, since this stream was just one, it sounds like it wasn't much because what did you do? Well, we sent Kerbals to space for the first time. Congratulations. We towed them in using our own boat. But I'll share something else with you that the boys down at the lab whipped up since last live stream. So the boys down at the lab were experimenting with some spy drone technology, and the Mark III is the current one. So as much as this looks like nothing, trying to get something that works, that actually flies, that is this light in Kerbal Space Program, and that flies with a propeller at all in Kerbal Space Program is rather difficult. There's always that little twist that the propeller creates, and even if you put 2 propellers on it that counterbalance each other, Kerbal is often like, I don't know what to do, I'm just going to keep twisting you, maybe even harder, because there's 2 of them now. Like, Kerbal is just horrible at the propeller system when you try and make a plane from it. The boys down at the lab have come up with a spy drone for us. Let's take this out for a flight. Let's make sure it's daylight. Is it day? I forget, did we go to day? Yeah. No storms. It's a little bit foggy out. That's fine. Let's head to the runway. And, can I from this menu access stuff that's not in this test? What? That's not in this save file? Can I not? Alright. Maybe I just can't. Let's do it from the spaceplane hangar then, now that I know. Put this sucker out on the runway. And I was trying to make a hang glider. a Kerbal hang glider where there's no like official cockpit, and I got various things that I could fly them, but they weren't elegant in any way. And elegance is necessary for me. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, technically you can kind of make this fly. But so I should be able to, if I remember how this works, I can, if we got brakes on, we do torque limit all the way up, and then SAS on, and then for takeoff and landing you use SAS, and then release. The SAS just keeps us from like getting spun off of the runway. Like I can't. It's a Kerbal nonsense problem that doesn't really figure it all. Basically, the SAS allows you to, you know, get enough loft to be stable enough at launch and landing in order to get this thing up. But you see, the SAS, it constantly rotates us, right? It's the chase cam mode. Thank you. It constantly gives us that little rotation. So once you're in the air, you don't want to use SAS anymore. You want to trim. So, and a little bit of trim. You can see, you can barely tell that I've put any trim on it at all, and we've negated it so much that we're rolling in the opposite direction kind of now. Go to subtle stuff, and there you go. We've got ourselves a little spy drone. Maybe give it a little bit more, you know, lift. Could be going up. That flies like so. And in fact, the way that it's meant to be flied is like this. It is a spy drone, after all. Super lightweight. Perpetually in the air. You know, the electric charge is not going down, if you'll note up here. So long as the daylight is out, kind of a thing. But the other reason that it's, that we consider it a spy drone, if I can get it to kind of stop banking to the one side there. The other reason is that there's one more camera, and it looks straight down, and it's a night vision camera. I think we're banking hard. Yeah. I could tell. But yeah, there you go. You can just watch the ball, Pawn. Yeah, I can, can't I? Now, landing is rather difficult. You have to use the SAS. It's just too bouncy if you don't use SAS for the landing. And you investigate just to look at the craft here. We're using, you know, the smallest light-duty rotor that they give you. We've got the lightest weight Probidyne Octo 2. We've got a rechargeable battery bank right there. Where the hell's the, we don't have stability assist module. No. No, we don't. Okay. So we're not using an actual SAS unit. We're just using the SAS control. We're using the stability system, but we're not using reaction wheels. There are no reaction wheels on this. It is a plane. We're just using SAS to help stabilize the plane using its control surfaces. This is a, you know, intake that has been closed, by the way. I presume it would create less drag while it's closed. If I open it, does it matter? It doesn't matter. Doesn't seem to matter at all. Alright. Whatever. Where's the runway? Okay, it's over here. Rather foggy out here. And then, you know, just some wings and some wheels. It's a pretty simple little craft, but trying to get something that flew like this is it wasn't easy, is what I'm gonna say. So we are landing. We're gonna SAS on, and I guess the other thing that I could do or should do is I'm probably gonna miss this pass even. Let's get the engine up. try and make the landing as likely as possible. So let's go around for another one. Another pass. And while we are, we can just take a couple of more pictures of the KSC. Won't hurt us to get low. SAS off. If we're not landing. Flies better without it. But we'll use the torque limit to reduce our speed. That's another thing about, like, just in general, like, they added all of these systems, and I'm sure they had the best of intentions. Just nothing feels finished, right? How did they intend you to make and fly a plane like this? With a prop plane. They gave you props. How were you intended to make, when you have to, like, go into a right-click menu to activate the torque? You know, what the fuck? Also, where's the KSC? It got really foggy. Okay, there it is. Good God. Yeah, this is also another bad pass then. It's really foggy. Let's head back out. One more loop. And I will stay in this mode so I can see where we are. And we'll try and land it. Landing is not guaranteed. Go. Head out for a bit. Let's not hit the trees, even if they're fake trees. If they don't have physics. Wow. It just disappears back there. Hell of a circumstance to have to land in. By the way, didn't I have fucking chase mode on? Didn't we already do this? Why am I having to do this again? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Let's reduce the torque. I can see the VAB, right? Let's get SAS. It will be necessary for the landing. I like our height. Give it a little bit more power since we're still coming in. Am I seeing the runway? I think this is the runway. This is not the runway, obviously, but I think this is up ahead. Alright. God damn it. It's a little bit too lightweight. And this is with SAS, by the way. Like, it is impossible to land with something else. With no SAS, rather. Holy God. It's probably the, most successful landing I've ever had with that little craft, honestly. So yeah, that's a creation of the boys down at the lab. Pretty chuffed at that one. I believe it's about 0.35 tons, something like that. In fact, let's recover it. It will have cost us nothing, right? We went out, flew it around, we brought it back, 100% recovery, no fuel. So yeah, it will have cost us nothing. No science earned, parts come back in, 5,182 funds recovered from parts. Let's head back in and just see what it costs. 5,182. It cost us nothing to put out there, or nothing to recover. And then, what was the other thing I was interested in? Oh, the weight. The weight? Yeah, 0.35 tons. Wow, I didn't think it was exactly 0.35 tons. It is exactly 0.35 tons. That's super lightweight. And like I say, I was trying to make something that was like this that a Kerbal could fly in. I think the Kerbal's body itself maybe is the reason why the game, it just grabs the craft and rips it, I don't know. I might be able to, work from this and build up to like a little hang glider that a Kerbal could sit in at this point. Are Kerbals real or pretend, says Evan Allen. I, for one, personally believe that the little green men are real and we are imaginary. But I'm Buddhist, so I'm a Zen guy, so, what else could I possibly believe? I think that's a successful live stream there. And a successful flight of our little spy drone. So, if you can think of any reason, you know what? We might need to, everything's got to be like a little story, right? We unlocked Woomerang by flying to Woomerang, and now we can, Jesus Christ, look at the fog. And now we can launch things from Woomerang. We built our own station out at Woomerang. I've heard tell that there might be a competitor space agency somewhere out in the desert. Maybe we need to go out and take some pictures. Get some recon of, this upstart trying to horn in on our spacing business. I don't know. Just trying to come up with a reason to roll out the old spy plane, spy drone. I think I will call that a live stream. That's, we've been here for a little over 5 hours. Last one was way too long. I've actually done a fair bit of, I'm overdoing it. A fair bit of suffering is what I was going to say. Been overdoing it the past few days, just like, since the last live stream, been very, kind of neurologically, I can feel it. So I should be taking it a little bit easier. But yeah, that's the end of the live stream. Another little thing that I'd love to share with you is the fridge news. I shared a little bit with you at the beginning of the live stream, but we bought a new fridge because the old fridge, I just wasn't trusting it anymore. It was, we had a couple of close calls where it seemed like it was sort of shutting down on us, where it was giving up the ghost because it was overloaded. So I was I've been worried about it. And I'm not going to wait for the fridge to die and then have a fridge full of food, rot. So we took this Christmas opportunity, this Thanksgiving, Christmas, Black Friday. I don't know if we actually saved any money. But we ordered the fridge, got a new fridge. I reversed the doors on the fridge, which, this fridge is getting a star knocked off of it. If it's the best fridge ever, it's going to be 4 stars because the reversing of the doors has been was so difficult. It was so fucking difficult. And poorly, it's not even that it was difficult, but that the manual, it was difficult, and that is a part of it, but more so the manual is almost like pretending like it's not going to be difficult. It's misleading. It's poorly written. At one point, the manual says, put the something back on the place from where you took it off before. And it's talking about the hinges on the top of the fridge. There's one on the right and one on the left for the freezer, right? There's just one on one side. But if you switch sides, then, you go over there kind of thing. So they say, put the cover back on the other side from where you took it off before. And it's like, but there are 2 covers now. There's the one that I took off, and there's the other one that came with the unit. There's 3 covers now, and what they're relying on there is the language hinge cover instead of, or no, one of them is just a something cover, and the other one they're calling a hinge cover. But it's just the worst fucking documentation. It's way too hard. They're lying about the idea that you could possibly do this with just Phillips screwdriver. You need a wrench or a bit with a driver kind of a thing. You need a socket. So yeah, that was way too difficult. But I did get it done perfectly. It's beautiful. And I plugged the new fridge in. What I did was I rolled the new fridge in out to where it's like sitting right in front of the old fridge. Old fridge, new fridge, they're facing each other. You can open one door and open the other door, and they're both open at the same time, and then move things across from one to the other. And then I ran an extension cord to the bathroom to power the new fridge because I didn't want to put both fridges on the same circuit in the kitchen and possibly blow a fuse and then have to, be fucking around with the fuse box. So did all that stuff and then spent all of yesterday was me in number one, waiting for the fridge to get cold enough and being confident that it was. I did eventually find our little fridge thermometer, put it in there. But yesterday was like across 4 or 5 efforts, I moved the food from one fridge to the other because I can't be on my feet that long with my condition. So in 10-minute bursts, I moved food across and have just been super impressed with the new fridge because the old fridge, you would open the door while I was like transferring the food. I'd walk up to it. It's not running, which is rare that it's not running. It's not running. I'd open the door within 3 seconds. It kicks on because it is just struggling, man. It is struggling. So, the old fridge would kick on immediately just from opening the door pretty much. The new fridge, I had the door hanging open, to load it up. And after like a minute, the fridge beeped at me to let me know you left the door hanging open. Ding, 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 ding. I'd close the door at that point and say, okay, that's probably enough. I'll come back and, do another wave in 30 minutes from now. But then I'm like, before I go and get back off my feet, I put my ear against the fridge waiting, like, cause it's not running. I had the door hanging open for a minute and some, and it's still not running. It's like, no, I'm cool. I don't need to run yet. Just letting you know you had the door open. I'm very impressed with the fridge. It says that it'll cost about $55 a year in electricity to run this fridge. It's a, major new appliance, first like major appliance buy since I bought this house and installed a new furnace and water heater and all that kind of stuff, oven. First major appliance buy really that Lady Pawn and I have engaged in, together. So pretty cool stuff. It's just adulting, I guess is what the kids call it. But I bought my first fridge. Every fridge that I've had before now has been inherited, hand-me-down, found off the side of the street, had to clean the cats out from living inside of it. I don't know where my fridges have come from, but they've always just, I've had one. This is the first one that I opened the wallet and purchased brand new. And, yeah. Thanks for staying with me across the, this live stream that went to 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. My favorite thing about refrigerators, says Evan Allen, is the food inside. That is one of the upshots of it. I am the Ronin Pawn, and we will be back to do more of this Sunday. As you can see from the fact that we started this live stream up at 9:30 p.m., my sleep schedule is gone. We're ending this one at 3 a.m., and this is still the beginning of my day. I woke up at 8 p.m. So we'll slowly rock it back around, but, look for this next live stream this Sunday. We'll be doing more Kerbal. At 9 p.m. 9:10. I don't know. What can I do? It's when I'm awake. It's either do it at 9 p.m. or we could do it at 9 a.m. and I'll be too tired at 9 a.m. So no, we got to do it at 9 p.m. I will see you then. Stay frosty. Don't forget to pick your Kerbals up from the ocean when you drop them in it with a boat. On out.